Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Let me make sure I share this with everybody because I don't think I did. Hold up. Good morning. I see people coming through. Let those notifications go out, hopefully. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't discriminate against me and my channel. I think we have a new member. We live now. Let me let the people know. Oh, wow. Excuse me, my throat. I do apologize. I have to clear my throat every once in a while. We have so much. So it is right at the dot where court should be starting. But what is going on? Let me see. Paste. Maybe I didn't copy the link. Give me one sec, guys. I guess I didn't. Copy link. Here we go. Morning. Good morning. Good morning for me, at least. I mean, it's morning on my side. It might be evening on certain folks' side of the world. We live now. Welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Oh my God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to everybody for being here. Usually an hour behind when I come in. No, well, we right on time today. Tony's like, I'm just waking up. Good morning, Diddy. Good morning, Leanna Gross. How are you? Welcome. Shout out to those new members. Shout out to them. Now hold up. Let me ask you guys a question. Apparently, YouTube has this little ranking thing going on. I have not seen it on my channel. So if y'all have seen it, let me know. I have not seen it on my channel uh, of anything whatsoever, any ranking or anything like that. But that is okay. We go get started right now, right now, right now. Shout out to everybody. So you know that the attorneys meet like 30 minutes before we all get together. So they're gonna start kind of right away. Now, I got some like notes about Mia, who my understanding is that she is still on the stand as of today. But I just have some thoughts about a couple things that came up while I was reviewing the transcripts. Yeah, I have just some thoughts that I want to talk about. But before I even get there, let me make sure that first of all, let me shout out. Is it Kimalia? Welcome. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to everybody that has supported the channel. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. We are live now, so we're gonna get started. And then I'll go over my notes and just some thoughts that I had about stuff that's going on. Okay. So why don't we start? So this is day 14. Welcome to day 14, um, which I think we're at, if you count, like I said, jury duty, you're talking about week what, 5 now? I have lost count of the weeks. So, or maybe we're going to go by days, and I'm going to go by inner city presence. He's every day. He's in there every day. So I'm going to do that. I don't even know where we're at anymore, but that's okay. Okay. So before jury comes in, the judge directs a question to Mr. Steele. How much longer do you have on cross? Steele says, at least until lunch, maybe later. Okay. We're not going to have 15 more Instagram posts. I can't promise that. Oh shit. So I did the video yesterday on the defense attorney, Brian Steele on cross. And a lot of his exhibits are Instagram posts, social media posts, and stuff like that. Okay. Um, and it was several of them. And I would say that I mean, there were so many exhibits that they entered, and she's going through each and every one of them. And she's being asked, and this is the man that argued you, and is this the man that, and you're celebrating his birthday here, and this is and I get that. I get that. But I don't know if we need that many. Does that make sense to make a point? Maybe it's just my thought. I don't know what you guys think in the comments. So the judge kind of saying this does make me feel like, yeah, I'm kind of there. Some stuff is just what's the legal word? Cumulative. Sometimes it just becomes a little too much where it's like, and the point of this, we get it. We get it. Yeah, she was in an 8-year She was in an 8-year, I don't know, employment in this enterprise that basically she did things that, are kind of like, wow. So he R'd you on his birthday and yet you're posting this. He R'd you on his birthday and you're posting this. And this is on it. Like, I get that, but it's a lot. But okay. And shout out to everybody that's coming through. So let's get into this. So then the judge says, he says, I can't promise that. This is what Seal says. And then the judge then says, defense, on the elevator video, you're objecting to showing the versions we discuss? Defense says, yes, it shows Mr. Combs running 30% faster than really happened. It's prejudicial. We let the AUSA Smizer know that we will cross the expert. Okay. So we do have other witnesses that are coming today that should be interesting, and I have those as well, and I could talk about those. I know that we have people here in the chat that either you believe Mia or you don't. You guys are entitled to your opinion. I'm not blocking you for your opinion. That's completely up to you. What I will say is that be open to have dialogue about it, and if you irritate each other, block each other, because I'm not gonna send people to the wall or the corner. Like, we're not doing that. We got to get through this trial, and we got to report everything. Everybody's going to have a little bit of a different take to this for sure. Let's see. Okay. So do we have an update yet? I don't think we do. So let me just say this, since we're waiting for the court and everybody else. Who do we have based on the transcripts? Who do we have? The next witness after Mia is going to be Enrique Santos. Okay. And then the next witness after that will be Eddie Garcia. And Mr. Garcia, we have another person that is needing immunity. Where's my gavel? It's the weekend and I lose the most important thing, which is my gavel. Okay. You just that can't happen in my courtroom. But we have another person that needs immunity. His name is Eddie Garcia. That he will evoke, so he will need to use the same immunity procedures that we use for Mr. Kaplan. Okay? And then we have Sylvia Oken, who is a custodian from a hotel. Okay? And then we have a Frank Piazza, who is another witness. So we have Enrique Santos, Eddie Garcia, Sylvia Oken, and Frank Piazza. These are our thoughts. These are our witnesses. So yes. Welcome everybody for those that are coming through. So do we have a couple more minutes before we really get into court? I think we do. I think we're okay. So I want to talk a little bit about Mia, but I want to make sure I'm not behind, and I'm not. I'm perfect. So I had some thoughts, and I feel like I sat on this first of all, I didn't go live this weekend, so had to take a break and then do a bunch of pre-recordeds. I'm still working on other pre-recordeds, so there's that. But here's my thought, and here's a couple questions that I have. Okay, I believe a lot of what Mia is saying. Believe it, for those that are like, oh, I truly do. The problem that I have, though, is that I didn't necessarily feel like, because Diddy's not being charged with R, I don't understand the purposes of bringing her R-ing allegations. If they had not brought the R-ing allegations, Steele wouldn't have had to kind of go on that angle, if that makes sense. That's my thought. However, if they were charging him with R, they're looking at her as the forced labor victim. Okay. And I will pull this up right from this transcript for you guys. She is being viewed as the forced labor victim. And to me, I don't understand why the government probe this trauma for her, if that makes sense. I don't know if it was necessary. Let me tell you what I know about Mia. She hasn't filed a civil lawsuit other than the employment situation that happened, but she's never gone to, like, say, a Busby to go and try to file that. Does that make sense? So I think that in my opinion, I'm like, oh, okay. So, for her wages, that makes sense. She didn't get compensated what she was supposed to. I feel that way, and she's not the only one. There sounds like there's other people that were not compensated what they were owed, and then they were in this forced labor type of environment. Now, could she have fled? Because that's the question that people have. Yeah, okay, sure. If people are going to make that argument, sure. People stay in environments for various reasons. People endure different things for various reasons, and I think I have a little bit of a understanding of that, coming first generation of immigrant parents, where you stay in a position in a job because you have to do what you have to do to make ends meet. Now, of course, that's not her situation, but I'm saying to you, in terms of, like, you have to make ends meet and you're going to do what you're going to do, even if it means putting up with shit that you can put away. I also think that she has kind of she has a better understanding, but there's still something there that I can't quite put my finger on her, that I'm still trying to figure out myself. Yes. Is it classy? Yes, she did file an employment lawsuit. Nobody's seen her name on has she filed any type of SA lawsuit, harassment lawsuit to Diddy specifically? I don't think so. I don't think she has. She herself has filed an employment lawsuit. That makes sense. But I have not seen anything to say, like, oh, okay, this is what she did. She stayed silent for a long ass time. She did. Yeah, employment for wages, but she never filed like like the Tony Busby kind of lawsuits. So for me, it's like, okay, I don't see her as somebody who I don't know, like, and even if she did file a lawsuit for that, that would be her prerogative. That would be her thing. But at the same time, I'm conflicted. Let me tell you why. Because I don't know if if you guys aren't charging Diddy with the R-ing or the SA or anything like that, why put this out there that she had been R'd by Diddy multiple times? I don't understand that piece. I don't know how it serves a criminal aspect. Like, yes, it's his characterization, but it's not one of the counts. Does that make sense? So that's the part. That's my thought. You said has she's the Jane Doe lawsuit against Diddy with the exact same allegations. There's a lot of lawsuits with the exact same allegations. There's a lot of lawsuits with the exact. That's what I'm saying, y'all. There's so many Jane Does. Point which you can't even point it out. That's my thought on that. This is why the government kind of made me upset about that, because I'm sitting there and I'm reading these transcripts and I'm like, you assholes. And like I said, I can call the government an asshole because they are. I said, look, at the end of the day, they're not there for her. They're only there to make their case against this man. They don't give a shit about her or anybody for that matter that's being victimized on that stand. They don't give a shit. Okay? Don't think that just because the DA is going to do. No, the DA works for who? For who? Not for the victim. They don't give a shit. Okay? For those that don't know that, wake up. That's the truth. Okay? So for me, it's like, y'all don't give a shit about this woman. You care about putting this man behind bars because you've already invested a lot of time into Diddy. So for me, it's like, you guys put this woman out here with these R-ing allegations when that's not even one of the counts. Make that one of the counts. And then this is a different story. That's where I'm coming from with that. But I don't know. Okay. Let's get it together. All right. So, what happened? Defense says, yes, it shows Mr. Combs running 30% faster. So they're talking about the CTV. And then They were going to bring an expert. Okay. Judge says, let's have Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia enters the room. What happened to Mia? Did you receive a subpoena to testify in trial? Yes. Do you oh, okay. So Eddie Garcia is the one that's immunity. So they're going to do his immunity first. So Eddie Immunity Garcia, just like George Immunity Kaplan, another immunity personality, as I said earlier. Okay. So there's that. Now hold up. Let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. So judges on the bench, they're discussing matters with prosecutors and defense attorneys. They're talking about exhibits. Defense wants to submit submit evidence during Mia's continued cross-examination. So they're still kind of going back on that. So we are still waiting. No update yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's just too many Jane Does. Which one? Let me know. Like, it's like we can't keep up. The feds don't give they don't give a fuck about anybody. They're just trying to make their case. That's what they're trying to do. Now, you could believe what she is saying. You don't have to believe what she's saying. I mean, there's a lot to. If I didn't have the training that I had and the understanding that I have, maybe I would feel a little bit different. Does that make sense? Maybe this would be seen a little bit different in my view. But because I know what I know, I don't necessarily believe that she is lying or embellishing. I just think that, how do I say this? I think that this is just my opinion. I think that at some point she knew what was happening was wrong, but because she was already in the family and he led you to believe that you are in this, thank you for creating this family for me. And it's not just Diddy. She would have to let go of who else in the company? D-Rock, all these other people that she was close to, right? There was a part in the defense. This is the part that I found interesting too. She messages Christina Coram, right? And she tells Christina Coram after she's getting notice that she's going to be let go and she's receiving these severance. She tells Christina Coram that she wants to end her life. She wants to kill herself. So she already felt like she was way too in. 8 years in. And like, what's his name? Brian Steele said, every year you're celebrating a birthday. It's like you're celebrating the anniversary of when you were ARD. And I was like, has she internalized that? If that happened, okay, if you were to believe what she's saying, then you have to understand, has she really internalized that? There's a quote in the transcripts where she says, I didn't even think about it until you said it. Sometimes people find themselves in situations and they don't even effing know about, like, they don't even realize. However, Diddy's not being charged with the R-ing. And that's what makes me side-eye this situation a bit too with the government. That it's like, you motherfuckers didn't even have to bring that up. You really didn't. Because then Brian Steele wouldn't have had the ammo to say what he said. But anyways, that's just my thought on that. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, so we have Immunity Eddie Garcia. Okay. Honor, government says, excuse me, Your Honor, based on what we propose, you signed the immunity order. Done. Bring in the witness. Okay, so Mia takes the stand. Mr. Steele, you may proceed. So I'm pretty sure that after Mia, we might have Immunity Eddie. Immunity Eddie. I like Immunity George, but Immunity Eddie is going to be back on. And yeah, that's my thought on that. Yes, we know that, Jennifer. I completely get this. My take is that if they weren't going to go after him over the R, why even bring it up? Why even make that a thing? I don't understand that. Why bring that up? I don't get it. Because the R-ing itself is a crime. You have them on the labor, forced labor. Let me tell you what made it for the forced labor. How the hell this woman is messaging HR? The messages alone with HR is enough right there for this. If she's a forced labor victim, the messaging with HR is enough. I don't agree with the R-ing part. I would have pushed that back a bit, but that's just my thought on that. I just don't agree with it. I don't. Mm-mm. Okay. So judge tells Mr. Steele that he can proceed. So shows DX 1750. All right. So we're showing more evidence. CNN says Mia is back on the stand. Defense attorney Brian Steele is continuing cross-examination. Okay. Let's see. I think so too. Thank you for saying this. This is where I'm going at. Is that if you're going to focus on the charges, focus on the charges. But I agree with this point right here that Minds y'all just said. Like, I feel like the impact of the forced labor got lost in the R allegation. Nobody remembers the emails or the messages with Christina Quorum. Everybody's talking about this, and that's not even a charge. That's my point. That's where the government, in my opinion, dropped the ball right there. They shouldn't have done this. Mm-hmm. That's right, the 5. That's right. That is absolutely right. And that I do agree with you too, believe it or not. I completely 1000% agree. I feel like there's a lot of people that are wrongfully convicted, but based on what we have so far, I guess we'll wait to hear all sides. The prosecution has to rest, then we have the defense. The defense is going to bring their people, okay? And then we're going to find out, well, what's up? What does the defense have to say to this? And if they rest and they don't show anything, okay, I guess we'll see. Okay. Miss Meiser says, Your Honor, we renew our objection. We already have, y'all, it's too early for an objection. We already have one. Mr. Steele, are we going to show this video? You haven't laid any of the foundation. Take the video down. Okay. Mr. Steele says, did you work as an assistant to someone? Maybe 2008, 2007. I'm not sure. Okay. So the judge, let me tell you something. We don't have an update here. One thing, here's after reviewing so many transcripts, the judge, I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal expert, but this specific judge, comparing this judge to maybe other things that I've seen, he really wants to make sure that there is, like there's something, whether it's a timeline or a workup to the exhibit, right? He doesn't want a bunch of attorneys laying out a bunch of exhibits and then having people kind of make conclusions as to what. So he does make a lot of these attorneys lay the foundation before questioning. That has been the theme of a lot of the hearings. Lay the foundation. So you're not just going to put an exhibit and then admit it. No, you lay the foundation before we go about this. So I think that's great, because if I'm a juror and I don't know nothing about this, it'd be good. It'd be good. Okay. You had a resume saying you had the ability to multitask and had thick skin. I'm not sure I wrote that. Okay, so Steele's reviewing her resume. That you were able to deal with uncomfortable situations 24/7. Objection from the government. Reading for document not in evidence. Oh shit. They're going to have so many sidebars. It's going to be Sidebar Monday. Sidebar Monday. I swear. Thank you. You said what we're hearing in court ain't half of what Diddy has done. I bet 75% of the BS don't even make it to trial. What didn't make it to trial? Now, Sicilian Beauty, that is the question. what didn't make it to trial, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Oh, but I would say that there's a difference between dealing with an uncomfortable situation, dealing with SA, dealing with the having thick skin. So that's interesting that they would put it out that way. But okay, all right, Steele, do you? Um, I mean, people said that the defense laid it out pretty thick. Was it on Friday? So I wasn't there, but I read those transcripts and I said, oh, okay, all right. That's what the defense did. The Steele is really good at what he does. We'll say that, okay? Really good at what he does and being able to flip it. I mean, he's paying for, he's paying it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Even if she wrote that, I'm sure freak offs weren't in her mind. Well, and she never said she participated in a freak off. To be clear, um, I think I will say though this, like, don't it feel like now that we've been covering this for quite some time now? Hold up, let me read this before I lose my. Okay, so the government says objection to reading from the document. Judge says overrule. Did you use this as your CV? She says looks like it. 1753-R for admission. Judge says admitted. You went to James Madison University. It's well known. It's a well-known institution. Sure. Then you were a design assistant? Yes. Okay. Okay. Let me make a point because you mentioned freak offs page. Uh, do you know how like when the stuff with Diddy broke? Y'all remember that? Everything with Diddy broke? Gotcha. No worries, Paige. I'm trying to write this without being a bad word. Essay I meant. No worries, Paige. Shout out to you. Um, how often did we not hear about like all these freak offs and people being escorted and people escorting people from the courtroom and being invited to these parties, and we're not even hearing that it was like that, y'all. Like we were being told that these freak offs happened after the parties, after the white parties, that there was videos. That's not even like if that was the case, where are we at? They're about to eliminate witnesses. The prosecution is. This ain't even like that. So I would have to say, and I'll have to like we have to acknowledge the fact that there's probably a high percentage of information about Diddy that was put out there that just wasn't true. If we're literally just basing on this case, and maybe some that we'll never even find out, maybe some of it was true and some of it wasn't admitted. I don't know. But there's a good like all the people that were out there. What did the Jaguar say? I went to Diddy parties to escort motherfuckers out. Like, girl, you weren't even on the fucking list. You weren't on the list. I'm waiting for those ones that people said. I went there. I had sex workers that went there and had a body cams and stuff like. I'm waiting. Where are those people that were saying that? You know I'm not lying, Paige. Are you? Am I lying? What happened to that? Yo, let me stop. Okay. So Mia was asked, she went to James Madison University, it's a well-known institution. She says, sure. Then you were a design assistant. Yes. Okay. Combs asked, or excuse me, Steele says in 2008, 09, you say you provided round-the-clock support, all personal and professional needs, keeping passports. They were all collected. I don't exactly remember. I didn't travel. But you traveled with Mr. Combs' company. Oh, yes. Okay. So when you said you had a passport, they had everyone passport. True? Yes. You are a strong person. I'm a I'm good at teaching people, not necessarily at enforcing things. You're a good leader. I don't know about that. Oh shit. What is this? A personality quiz? What the fuck are we doing here? Hmm? It's a personality quiz. How come my camera's so blurry? There it is. Sometimes you have to wave the camera. Feels like a personality quiz, right? Yep. Hate and Prejudice was built off of 90% rumors, which is probably why the defense is working so hard to prove otherwise, because he's guilty until proven innocent. Yeah. Let's see. Don't forget, she says she went to Diddy parties to escort motherfuckers out. That's what she said. And I quote, I went to Diddy parties because I was escorting motherfuckers out. When? 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 Oh man, let me stop. That lady's too much, man. um yeah, you said, Aduka, they're trying to characterize her as someone who's too strong of a woman to go through the alleged abuse. Ooh. Yep. Even you're Jeremy dollar sign. Not to be, wait, I thought Jerome was the good one. Is Jeremy the one that was trolling us last time? Jeremy, don't be trolling us. All right. But you could stay, but don't be trolling us. But I agree. Yeah, he does. He deserves his day in court. He deserves his right to face his accusers, right? Yeah, he completely deserves that. Completely get it. Okay. Ahmad, been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Ahmad. Shout out to Ahmad. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you. And Misty, thank you for being a member for 7 months. How I miss your marker. Thank you. I don't know if I said hello. Good morning, everybody that's coming through. Thank you. Uh let's see. Don't forget Gene clout chasing behind. Ooh, tell me how you feel about Gene. Oh my goodness. There's so much going on with Mr. Gene over there. I I keep my mouth shut because I try to, I already said. I said what I said. I feel like this Diddy was running such a network that I don't know, seems like everybody would be complicit of something in my opinion. Oh, see, I don't we're not putting out her name. If you know it, we're not putting it out. Thank you, Cheeks. Jeremy, don't do that again, or I'll permanently block you. And I try really hard not to block people, believe it or not. So keep it cute, okay? Or you're out of here. Um, oh God, that's crazy. I'm not even gonna put that comment up because I don't want that kind of energy. Let me be quiet. Let's see. No update yet. Okay. CNN says former hotel security invokes Fifth Amendment ahead of testimony later. Eddie Garcia, former security at the Intercontinental, invoked Fifth Amendment right to self-incriminating. Did he take the payment? Did Eddie Garcia take the payment at the Intercontinental? Ooh. He must have gotten the money. Well, it's a security. Well, why does he have to invoke? No update yet. Yeah, it's not enough. I'm totally not putting that stuff up there. He took a bribe, obstruction of justice. So remember there was Israel Flores, right? Who was like security. He's in the video. Okay. He became like a LAPD. So then you have Eddie Garcia, who is security. Did he take the money? How is he involved? I thought it ended there. I didn't know there was a part 2 to the intercontinental security situation. He took the bribe. Remember? That's the only way why he would invoke it, unless he had more dealings with Diddy. Mm-mm. Well, we're going to find out. If you take the payment, lied on the stand, then the ruins his credibility. His character is questionable. Bummer, says Mary. Is it Maryam? Maryam. I almost said Marianne, but it's Maryam or Medium. Hey, Franny Law. Our Franny Law is in the house. Welcome to Franny Law. No update yet. Yo, did he take the payment? Okay. Defense attorney asked Mia about her resume. Defense attorney Brian Sewell is going through Mia's, a former assistant to Diddy Combs, created before she began working for the music mogul. So she created a resume, okay? The resume says she provides round-the-clock support to Mike Myers when she was his assistant in 2008 and 2009. Steele pointed out that the resume said that she had thick skin. I thought I did, Mia said. When she said round-the-clock support, does that mean you don't get to sleep? Yo, the defense is taking everything literal from her resume. Literal. See, this is why you got to be careful when you write your resumes, because you don't want to be writing crazy shit in there. You said, so he had a copy for the tape. Well, okay, here's the question that is not answered about the tape. We have to talk about this. How did CNN get a hold of the tape? Did we ever figure that out? All we know is that Israel Flores showed it to his wife. He made a copy of the tape. But how did CNN get a hold of that tape? The DOJ leaked the tape. Okay. But how did it, does this Eddie, listen, I cannot wait for Eddie Flores to take the stand now. Now I'm wanting to know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it while I follow along with this basketball game, aka trial on radio. Thank you, Franny Law. Shout out to y'all. Thank you. I almost started singing this morning. I was like, maybe I'll sing a song to get us going, to get our blood pumping for trial. But this trial, it's just kind of going slow. We already got sidebars. I don't know, K Barrett, but that's the question is, how did the feds get a hold of this tape? That's the question. And who leaked it to CNN? Are we going to find out? We going to find out? Yeah, but personal assistants have to sleep too. Sure, and they have to sleep. Sure, and they need a day off too, and they do, but they have to sleep. Are they round the clock? Sure, but they need to sleep. I haven't been a fan of Washington Post updates. I don't know. They feel very what's the word? Every time I read them, I feel like I get a sense of like, I don't know, like they've kind of already made up their mind about what's going to happen, which is fine. I think a lot of us might have already, but still. So defense attorney is asking former Sean Combs employee Mia, who is using a pseudonym, pointed questions like whether she was a leader or spoke up for herself. Mia is getting visibly uncomfortable. She's reading from a resume that portrays her as a strong while describing a job that demands subserviency. And you have thick skin, Steele said, reading off of the resume from nearly 20 years ago. She says, I thought I did. Yeah, why are you reading that? Can you read a most recent one? Or the one that she submitted to at least Combs? I don't know. Oh, I gotta wake up, y'all. The coffee's not hidden. Mm. You said, I'm reading. Hit the like button, guys, please and thank you. Well, they need to be able to, I don't know about 8 hours, but they definitely need like a life balance. That's my understanding is. Okay, there it is. It was blurry. I don't know, yo. Let's see. If your life wasn't on the line, you would want us as much as it takes to prove your innocence. If your life was on the line, you would want as much as it takes to prove your innocence. I agree with that. You're going to pay for what you need to do. You're going to do what you're going to do, you know? You guys really believe that they are not getting to sleep? I think that's part of her forced labor, whatever, if you feel that she's telling the truth on that piece. She said she didn't sleep the first 24 hours she worked there. She was sleep deprived. That's what it was said. She was, there was a incident. She was in South Africa where she fell asleep and there was a lot of calls. They were able to pull those records too. So they were able to show that. I don't know. I wasn't there, y'all. I'm just reporting what the people are saying on the transcripts. So I don't know. Maybe our compensation is going to come from the government, not a pending lawsuit. I don't know. I don't know. Y'all. Okay, we have an update. Okay. You speak up for yourself? No, says Mia. But you empower other people. True? Yes. Let's look at your text messages in 1730. E.T. Sequest. I sound like me. Show the jury 1733. You left Mr. Combs' employment by March 2017. Yes. That's it. Somebody said in my chat yesterday, and I thought that was an interesting point. A lot of people don't like. Hold up. A lot of people don't like attorneys until they need one, and that includes, who was it? Was it Venus Blue who said it? He's like, a lot of people don't like defense attorneys until they need one. I would agree with that. A lot of people struggle with attorneys until they need one. So right now, everybody's like, we don't like Steele. For those that are kind of on this side, we don't like Steele. But then when Steele, is out here representing somebody you like, then it's a whole different story, right? Then it's something different, right? Just saying. Okay. What did you wrote to Mr. Combs for Christmas 2018? Please read it. Merry Christmas. I love you and the New Year's. I just had seen him at Kin's funeral. You reached out to him? Absolutely. Yeah, she did reach out to him. She said that, oh my God, this is getting itchy. I got to take off my robe. She said that on the transcripts. She reached out to Diddy when Kim died, and like a lot of the other employees did too. Hell, you had Cassie that flew and was with them, and then it was kind of like the beginning of the end for there, because when she heard him say that Kim was the his only soulmate or something like that, that triggered something in her to kind of just let go of this relationship. Damn, that's deep. That is deep right there. Okay. Okay. So you reached out to him? Absolutely. This is 2019 message. I wrote, I had a nightmare. I was being chased by R. Kelly. You saved me. Oh, shit. Shit, man. Wait, what? She said, I had a nightmare. I was being chased by R. Kelly and you saved me. Steele then says, the person you say you saved you? Objection. Need to rephrase. What did you write? Sending you all the love in the world. Why did she mention R. Kelly? Oh my god, dude. Cheeks is like, I don't know, ask my therapist. Mrs. Host like, and R. Kelly enters the chat. Oh my god. Why did she say R. Kelly? Oh my god. Like, not even as a joke. This shit. Like, it's not even. Oh my god, I was not expecting that one. Oh my god, I was not expecting that one. Okay, keep it together. Okay. Sending you all the love in the world, Mia said. Steele says, you were not in his grip anymore. It's psychological, says Mia. Why do you keep referring to psychology? Why did you do this? Kim Porter's tragic death was 5 months before. Shy, where you were reaching out to Mr. Combs. 5 months is not a lot. Holy shit. Oh man, that R. Kelly piece. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, that shit got to me. I don't think the jurors like that one. Let's just maybe they know nothing about R. Kelly. Okay, maybe the jurors, I mean, a lot of them are male. Maybe they know nothing about R. Kelly. Yeah. This one right here. You're like, what the fuck did we just hear? Yeah, R. Kelly's like, leave me the fuck out of this, okay? All right, let that man be. Just, TMZ is going to write a story about this. TMZ already wrote it. It's about to be published right now. Hold up. Okay. So Steele had asked her, why do you keep referring to psychology? Why did you do this? Kim Porter's tragic death was 5 months before. Shy, were you reaching out to Mr. Combs? 5 months is not a lot. Okay. Steele says, what didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was brutal to you? How did you write this? Excuse me. What didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was brutal to you? How did you write this? Objection, argumentative. Mr. Steele, let's have a brief sidebar. Oh, shit. Already, man. These sidebars aren't. There's no brief in the sidebars, okay? There's no brief. Oh, my God. You can't make this stuff up. People say, I'm so tired of this trial, but I can't stop watching. Oh my God. Right. This is why the comment with the therapist wasn't smart. Even Cheeks was like, I don't know, ask my therapist. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Okay. Well, you know, you have to misspell it. You got to misspell it because YouTube will flag it. They're getting heavier on their censoring. Okay, sidebar. Can we get some support? Shout out it to Inner City Press. Shout out to Inner City Press. Lord have mercy. This is just like crazy. That's what I got to say about that. I was not expecting that at all. Oh man, my face hurts. You said at least R. Kelly could sing. That's true. Thank you. Miss Toby, thank you for becoming a member 84. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Toby. Appreciate you. Victims sometimes tell their abusers about another abuser to get their reaction, says Sassy Savage. But I don't think R. Kelly was her abuser as well. I mean, this is a sticky. Like I said, I still don't change my mind about what I said. Yeah, that's what I got to say about that. You know, they said I'd be more scared of Diddy if over 18, pretty much safe. What was this? So she had a dream about R. Kelly. That's what I said. Oh my God. So did she message? I'm gonna have to see the transcript on this, but did she message R. Kelly? Excuse me. Did she message Diddy after she left the company about having a dream that R. Kelly was? Let me see what it was said. Said that R. Kelly. I wrote this is a 2019. She had already left the company. She left in 2017, so she was still messaging Diddy. I wrote, I had a nightmare. I was being chased by R. Kelly. You saved me. And she had left the company, and it doesn't sound like she left in good terms. Not by her doing per se. Like he just kind of cut the revolt film part. And then there was an attorney, and the attorney was asking, they got 400,000. She got 200,000, and the other two was the attorney that she hired. They got that money. So she still kept tabs on them. Like she was still maybe communicate. It sounds like she was still sending messages. Kim Porter dies and she sends a message. She still continued to send other messages. So it didn't just stop there. It continued to go. So that's interesting. That is interesting, I think, to the communication. I don't know what it speaks to the state of mind. When did she when was it that she went to therapy and she was able to make some sense of the situation? If you know what I mean. Like that's the question that I have. You know? You say, I wonder what the judge is. The judge, he's just like, I don't even know. He's not even thinking at this point. He's just having sidebars with people. But yeah. Yeah. And yet, look at this. And yet she testified that that's right. She did. So when D-Rock, we read this on the transcripts. D-Rock, when in 2023, D-Rock and her started talking, and then he calls her, meaning Diddy, and she was terrified. She threw the phone. So was she already in therapy, and then she realized that's terrible? Like this is the stuff that calls into question. Like I said, I'm not questioning whether she went through the things that she went through because I do believe it, but I do wonder about when did she realize, oh shit, I'm a victim of this, or I've been victimized. And the reason why I believe the forced labor is because Mia's not the only one. There have been numerous people in the camp. Look, check out the reality shows. You see it all there. Check out the reality shows. There's a reason why Aubrey O'Day acts the way that she does when it says what she does with Diddy. And Aubrey O'Day has never fucking changed or waver in her stance about how she felt about Diddy. Now, she might not disclose everything, but don't forget, I remember watching The Celebrity Apprentice. I remember that. And she said what she said about Diddy. And what did Trump say? Oh, yeah, he's one of the good. And he must have been. I'm sure he was good with everybody. But he didn't put a lot of the women were put through shit. Were any of these security people beat up by Diddy? The George Kaplan, the David James, did he ever get the hands with them? No. He got physical with the women. That's what he would do. And then he paid them shit. So I believe the forced labor part. Now, the other stuff, that's why I'm like, why did this even come in if y'all weren't going to charge him with this? You shouldn't have brought it in, because now it leaves this kind of stuff open. Doesn't make sense. It was not smart to do that, but that's just my thought. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, and they're back. Okay, so they're back from break. Now, May 14th, 2020, you texted Mr. Combs, right? My heart is broken about Dre. In my spirituality, I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's that they have completed their mission. Their mission. I love you. So in 2020, she was still texting Diddy. Guys. So she was still texting Diddy in 2020. See, we didn't get that. That wasn't anywhere near the transcripts. How long was this communication? Dre. Y'all see that? Hold on. She says, May 14th. This is Steele. You texted to Mr. Combs, what? My heart is broken about Dre. In my spirituality, I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's what they have completed their mission. It's when they have completed their mission. I love you. Okay, another pose. What's this about? He auditioned for the James Brown part that Chad Boseman or Bosman got. I told Puff I'd email him a video of his audition. You carried about a video camera? He required me to do it. Pre iPhone, I was required. Do you have any footage of Mr. Combs berating you? Objection from the government. Overruled. I would not have been allowed to record that. Do you have anything about Mr. Combs berating you? It would have violated confidentiality. Shit. Hold up. I'm looking for something up because I want to see. Didn't Dr. Dre have a stroke in 2020? Is that what it was? Is that why she's talking about Dr. Dre, right? He had like a stroke or something in 2020. Yeah, Dr. Dre didn't die. He's still with us, but in 2020, he had like a stroke or something. And yeah, right? Sexy. So he had a stroke, and I think I don't know, want to say he was like comatose or something like that, but I'm pretty sure he did. He's alive. He's alive, but he had a stroke, and I think that's what they're referencing to. Andre Harrell pass, but but she's not talking about Andre Harrell here. They're talking about Dr. Dre. Unless they're just saying Dre. Dre as in Dre or Dr. Dre? Which Dre? Okay. Do you have anything about Mr. Combs berating you? It would have been violated confidentiality or violating confidentiality. Steele says you have no text messages. They should me on one direct. Oh my god. They showed me on direct. I think that's what it says. Showing what? Puff saying F it. Let's go to war. Nothing else? Only reaching out to other people in the office, others had seen, things that other had seen. I know. You think it's about Andre? I think it's about Andre too. Let's see. Let me see. Well, Andre Harrell died of congestive heart failure. That's what it says. He had like ongoing medical issues. But that's all it says. It doesn't say anything else. And he died. What year did he die? Yeah, in 2020. So he died in May 2020. So that makes sense. So Dre being Andre Harrell, not Dr. Dre. I was gonna say, Dre died in May 2020. That's right. So there it is. Gotcha. Thank you, Church. Appreciate it. You said he was poisoned. Oh Lord. Yeah, they're talking about Harrell. Okay. Okay, so let me go back a little bit. We have an update. So Combs says you have no text messages. That's what Steele says. They showed me one on direct. I think that's what she meant to say, or at least it's written that way. Showing what? Puv saying, F it, let's go to war. Nothing else? Steele says, only reaching out to other people in the office, things others had seen. Steele then asked, what did you write here? I wrote, we had so many funny memories. OMG, G. Steele, anything in your phone about being brutalized by Mr. Combs? Mia says, I don't think so. Steele, how would we find out? Objection by the government. Judge says sustain. How would we find out? Thank you. That's right. Work that bad boy. No, well, CNN said that she's a little bit nervous. Okay, so all right, CNN did a little write up here. The defense team is going through text messages between Diddy and his former assistant Mia. In 2018, Mia texted Combs during the Christmas and New Year's holiday. Okay, so she left in 2017. She's texting him in 2018. Okay, Merry Christmas, love you so much, Mia wrote. Okay. She had just seen Combs at Kim Porter's funeral. Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs, died in November of 2018. So, okay. This paints a little bit of a different picture than I guess now that I get this a better understanding of this. All right. So, Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs, died in November. So she didn't just stop the communication after she left, because she said she left. She let her attorneys know about the violence that was going on, some of them, and then they settled. It almost made it sound like she hadn't talked to Diddy or anybody until 2023 when Cassie's situation happened, but that's not the case. Sounds like she had been communicating, or at least attempting to message. Okay. She had seen Combs at Kim Porter's funeral. Okay. And then a few weeks later, on January 15, 2019, Mia texted Combs that she was thinking about him because she had a nightmare that she was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly. And Combs saved her, according to message. She was trapped in the elevator, not the closet, all right? For those that know, you know. I will say that I was stuck on that Trapped in the Closet when it first came out. I remember watching every series. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Shit. Give me one sec, y'all. All right. So In March 2019, Mia texted Combs saying that she was sending all the love in the world. She was still texting him. Baby Bunny saying hello to me. Give me one sec. Close my door, Papa. All right. Okay. A few weeks later, on January 19th, March 2019, Mia texted Combs saying that she was sending him all the love in the world. Okay, so there's multiple texts that were happening. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia if she was still under Combs' grip at the time when she was working with them. She says she still was psychologically. Okay. Also, Puff used to be my protector, she testified, referring to Combs by his nickname. Also, there were these were based on around tragic events that happened in life, Mia added, pointing out to the text that was sent with a few months of Kim Porter's death. Well, why would you text him about R. Kelly? I guess I don't know. Was she just making conversation? I guess that would be my question. Like, okay. Here we go. So we have an update. So when she says there was a text message, we had so many funny memories. Okay. Mia, this was Steele says, didn't you have time away? Didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write? Today he essayed me. Mia says, I did not have time and would not have written that. Okay. August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you, glad you're well. Love, please send me the footage for the doc. So then Diddy messages her on the 29th of August, 2020, and basically tells her, I'm glad you're well. Send me the footage for the doc. Okay. And then he further goes, Mr. Combs let you know, Mr. Combs let you go from your employment. Mia says, I don't know why it was confusing. I was called back. Steele says, here he says, he'll only remember the good times. Yes. So I think the defense here is trying to make her kind of out to be, and this is just my thought because it's strategy, right? Like a really pissed off employee. Does that make sense? Like a really, really pissed off employee. That's what the defense is trying to do, right? Yeah. Yep. That's my thought. Hey, Belen. Maybe he needed footage from her. Yes, Jacqueline, I agree. We can agree with that. But I also feel like I said, there's a lot of questions, that kind of come to mind as it pertains to this situation. Here's my thing. It's like, even if she's a pissed off employee, it doesn't take away from the forced labor part. There's messages between her and HR talking about this is what happened to me here. He's upset. He's mad. He's doing this. He's doing that. He left me here in the middle of the street and he took my phone. There's those messages. It doesn't really take away from anything, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Let me know. Let's see. I did have a choice, but you led me to what you know. But you led me to what you know. Yep. Don't forget to hit that like button, please, and thank you. No update. Okay. Combs' ex assistant says she filmed him as part of her job. So this the former assistant testified that Combs required her to carry around a pocket video camera to record him while he hired full-time videographers. Okay. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia if she had any videos of Combs berating her or any of him in a moment of rage. Absolutely not. No, I would not have been allowed to film that. I was filming whatever he wanted me to film. Okay. So filming Combs in a moment of rage would have been a huge break of trust, loyalty, and confidentiality. Mm-mm. Ooh, what? That's what do you guys think? Black and brown missing voices. Could it be she actually loved Diddy and it hurt more? They never advanced on that. I get a bit of obsession abuse, a bit of obsession abuser are charismatic. I'm sure there was more to this sentence at the end. I get a bit of obsession abuser are charismatic. Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out how to put it because there's a term for this too. Um, do you think that she was like, yeah, like Stockholm, like she was in love with him? Maybe she had like romantic feelings for him or something like that. That even though he was doing all these things to her, that she was okay with. She would have been open to have gone back to her job. She would have been open to have gone back to work. Kind of very twisted thing. Yeah, like two things can be true at the same time, right? It makes sense, but I think Steele is trying to get at is that since she settled for the 400,000 for the forced labor, why is she still contacting him in 2024? That is that's a great point, right? Yes, we've said trauma bonding, very likely the case. And the thing is that we have to kind of be able to elaborate a little bit more on that too, because um sometimes I feel like we're really good at pointing out somebody said in the chat like buzzwords, and we have to be able to kind of like maybe make a comparison to what that actually looks like. We don't know this woman, right? At least I don't. So it's kind of hard. To me, it's kind of the equivalent of just throwing out diagnoses without really being able to like fully understand what's going on, if you know what I mean. So yes, she's likely reaching out to him. It could be both. Maybe she wanted to be back in that space even though it was a horrific space for her, but at the same time, would she have endured the same? Where does she stand with this? Like I guess you could say that she's conflicted in many ways. She didn't want to be blackballed from the industry, right? And that's right. That's absolutely right. Let's see. You think that she loved him, Aries? A lot of people. She could. The two things can be. She could totally still. She could have been in love with him. And that's the truth. Right. And it seemed like she got used to it. She was working there for 8 years, guys. That's I mean, hell, you work in a if you've ever been a job and you liked your job and you have your ups and downs on a job, yeah. I mean, there's trauma bonding, there's things or toxic work environments that kind of like you kind of grow with it. Um Nobody's saying that though, Jeremy. Who said that? Excuse me. Who said that she has zero responsibility for any choices that she makes in her life? It's all Diddy's fault now. Who said that? Did somebody say it's all Diddy's fault? Who said? I don't think anybody said that. We're kind of talking through things, but like, see, just don't make generalized statements. Just elaborate a little bit more on that, please and thank you. I think she wanted to be his girlfriend. This page. Could be. I don't know. Did she have those feelings for him? I don't know. I don't think Mia was in forced labor just because she yelled at her. LOL. She went to South Africa with permission on payroll to allegedly help Cassie. Diddy didn't authorize that, and she worked for him first. Um, She didn't. Diddy didn't authorize that. That's not what the transcript says. When they went to Istanbul, I don't know about. Well, hold up, South Africa. I was with Cassie and she was shooting a movie. Who instructed you to go to South Africa? Puff. Puff told her to go to South Africa. He told her to go to South Africa. That's what it says on page 43 of the, or page 33 of the transcripts. So yeah, no, he told her, go to South Africa. You go in there. Yeah. You said, oh, don't, Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark was the one in love with him. That's what she said in the messages. Rabbit, oh, I didn't see it. Okay, well, thank you, Storm. Hold on. If someone sued me, I would not talk to them again after a lawsuit. Well, if I sued somebody, I wouldn't be talking to them as well. Yeah. I just think about Capricorn's testimony and being blackballed and what it would look like versus Mia, right? He didn't go with them to South Africa, Lindo, but he did authorize for her to go to South Africa. He told her to go to South Africa. So for the person that was saying that he didn't authorize for her, that's not true. It's in the transcripts. He told her to go. But if someone, I agree with you on this one, Loki. I'm not talking to anybody who sues me or if I sue them. Because the way I see it is that all ties are severed. Like that would probably be my boundary. But you know, everybody's a little bit different. I don't know. Oh my goodness, what's taking them so long? Hell, even CNN is not updating. Oh my god. So defense attorney Brian Steele is picking out positive interactions between Combs and his former employee Mia, who's testifying under a pseudonym, asking her to explain how a tormented victim could be affectionate. She has now read more than 50 messages between the pair. Oh my God. 2 days of testimony. This morning, the prosecution pointed out that Steele has submitted already 30 additional exhibits. This was the same line of questioning followed Friday. Oh my. Bring on the social media posts. We're going to do more exhibits. I do not look. Listen. When I had to do the transcript read for this one, and it was entered exhibits X5-349. And it was like, I said, oh, no, hell no. We're not going to read all those numbers because I got to preserve the voice. I have to read. That was too much. Yeah. You said no one is defending Puff, but her testimony is different to what she's actually done. One cannot ignore those facts. What do you guys think about when Naldo, shout out to Naldo, his comment? I think that's a piece of something that you have to consider. I completely feel like there's a percentage of me that agrees with you on that, Naldo. Like, if Steele's going to bring another 55,000 social media posts that's going to say the exact same thing, there's a pattern here of contact that she has made, even after she was let go, right? In 2017, there's a pattern. We have a pattern here of her contacting him, okay? And this is why I said I don't like that the government brought up the R-ing, because it's not part of the RICO charges. It's literally just putting her through things that she needs. She's a forced labor victim. Let's keep her at that. We already have the HR, excuse me, let me cough. We already have the HR messages that basically talk about different things that are happening. We don't need to do any more. Why are we bringing up all this other stuff? But at the same time, it's like, if she didn't, I don't think she would have quit or be like, she would have probably stayed there if it wasn't for the fact that she was kind of let go with the severance. They severed that. So I agree with this. I feel like, I don't know, man. It's just, it's a little bit of overkill on Brian Steele, but at the same time, you cannot ignore what happened even after she left the job. I agree with this a little. Yeah, I get it. Let's see. Why would the SDNY even make her a witness, let alone a victim? I wonder what the thought. I knew that. Shout out to Franny Law. Franny, I said this earlier. I said, like, why are we? She's not the only. First of all, she's not the only employee under this enterprise, right? She's not the only employee. You have others. Hell, Cassie, even though she was dating the man, was still doing contracts, somewhat of a maybe a subcontract employee or whatever the hell you want to call it, right? There's that. Who else? Capricorn Clark. There's that. George Kaplan, David James, these people are, and they're telling you about how they were being treated in this, environment, especially Capricorn. If you were to believe anything that she says in her testimony. So it's like, why do they even bring her along? I don't feel like she is necessary for this case. But that's my opinion. And I'm just saying it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe she was willing to testify, and there's that. But I just think that it was unnecessary because they have enough. I mean, they only have to meet, what, 2 out of the 8? Oh, we ready for victim 2 and the possibility of hearing about rooms being set up for someone besides Diddy to partake with hotel receipts back in 2008. Mia will be a distant memory. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Okay, hold up. No one around batted an eye when Combs misbehaved, former assistant says. Okay, we know this. So she says, he was still praised by everyone in his circle and the public. I was always constantly seeking his approval. He was my authority figure, my only authority figure. No one batted an eye. And you know who else needs to take the stand? If Diddy's going down, I don't know how you can offer Roger Bond any kind of immunity. Honestly, how do you offer him any kind of immunity when he was the one that they didn't stop anything? Even D-Rock, up until this day, if you were to believe what Mia's saying, he's calling her in 2023, talking about, oh, Diddy this and Diddy that. Can you believe this is happening? Trying to probe information from her when she had already been talking. And KK too. Thank you. You got to bring all of them. How is she even being offered any immunity at all? You said, I thought this was victim 3 when we get back to the victims. No, she's not even. It's weird because I thought she was just a witness. And I think she is just a witness. But she's kind of like, it's a weird dynamic. She's like a witness and a victim. And she kind of was brought in at the very last minute. You said she will be impeached. She's not. Victim 2 is somebody completely different. You said Mia is victim 4. My straw is green. Can y'all see that? Y'all can see it? See, this is why I don't dye my hair green, because then my hair is going to be all crazy. I don't know what the thought process about bringing her. And I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm saying it to be like, was her testimony necessary? That's the question. That's the question that I have. Was she necessary? I don't know. Now you got Brian Steele with like 50 more social media posts. This is why Inner City Press stopped typing. You can't keep up with all of this, you know? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't know, man. You said the lady came out talking to Murad saying Roger Bond was trying to hook up with her when she was who? Oh my god. You said if it makes me mad, some questions, and I can't imagine it affects the jury. Mm, I don't know, man. I think she said she was 26, 20, 25 or 26, if I remember correctly from the transcripts. That's what I heard. She had just got done with college. You said after college I wasn't thinking about my boss as an authority figure. Yeah, but was your boss Sean Diddy Combs? It's a hard one, man. It's a hard one. I mean, a lot of people say they wouldn't. People say one thing and then they do something different. You know what I mean? I've seen it. I've been around a couple of celebrities and stuff like that. So I get it. You think that she seems a bit immature? Yeah. Sounds like, well, I mean, even when she talked about, like, I guess she graduated college and then she was like, I'm going to go chase my dream. I'm going to put my mattress on top of the car and then just drive out. I mean, she did very well. I think that, she got a job with Mike Myers. I mean, that's in itself, he's a celebrity. And at the time, he was, coming off of Austin Powers. So he was well known back then. I think since Diddy rushed the trial, it didn't give the prosecution time to piece together everything and gather more evidence. He wanted to delay the trial, I think, at the last minute, but the judge was like, "You got to fucking excuse me, I'm cussing now. You have a team of lawyers. You have 9 lawyers versus 9 defense attorneys versus 6 prosecutors. They got to figure it out." The judge was like, "You guys got to figure it out." I think it would have been better for him to have delayed it at least a good 2-3 months for them to finish whatever investigation, because they also don't seem too prepared as well. If that makes sense. Thank you, Franny Law. I need a little touch up. I was talking about that the other day, so it needs a little touch up. But I want to do my like royal purple. The defense will suggest a speedy trial. It's all part of the strategy. The issue was he rushed to trial. The issue was the prosecution didn't wait before they made an arrest. See, and then if you would have waited a couple months, then we would have been able to have Cassie on the stand longer because she would have already had her baby. Somebody said Teeny Garagos is pregnant. Ooh, must be rough being an attorney in this case on the prosecution side. Yep. Let's see, where are we at? See, they must be really going back and forth. Are we showing more exhibits? What's going on? No updates. So, Washington Post says our colleague Shayna Jacobs pointed out earlier in the trial, several witnesses have worked for Sean Diddy have expressed a cult-like adoration for him. Mia, a former employee testifying under a pseudonym, just said that she was brainwashed after being at Combs' beck and call for years. Another former assistant, George Kaplan, previously likened to Combs to a god among men. That I'm telling you, man. Some of these celebrities, they just quit. They should just quit being celebrities and just start their own churches because they have that worship. Isn't that what what's his name? Jared Leto did? Jared Leto. Hold up. Damn, what is going on? How come my computer's not updating? Hold up, y'all. Am I on the right thread? Make sure. Okay. No, it's still there. Okay, so Damn. Okay. I'm gonna use my phone because apparently I don't know what's going on Twitter over here. Um, let's see. Okay, what's going on? Are we now? Yeah, look at this. How did we miss this? Okay, hold up. Let me go back a little bit. So he goes, yeah, we left off here. He says, I wrote, what did you write here? I wrote, we had so many funny moments. OMG, GGG. Anything on your phone being brutalized by Mr. Combs? I don't think so. How would we find out? Objection. Okay, sustain. Okay. Then, Mia, didn't you have time away from Mr. Combs to write today? He essayed you. He essayed me. Mia, didn't you have the time away from Mr. Combs to write today? He essayed me. I did not have time and would not have written that. Okay, we read that. August 29th, 2020, he wrote to you, glad you're well. Love, peace. Send me the footage for the doc. We read this. Okay. It's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You could say, I remember the bad times, right? I would never have said that because it's not true. Objection. Okay, judge says overrule. You wrote what? I love you too. Okay. Mia says, I wrote so many crazy things like Mick Jagger trying to take me home and the, what is it, the Barracks game, my pink bedazzle iPhone, were a trillion of stories. Of course, I'll send to you. I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you? I've got you. Okay. Why didn't you write? Why didn't you write you bamboozled me? Because I was brainwashed. By whom? Puff. He How did he bamboozle you with a part of his body in your without your consent? Objection. Sustain. Steele then asked, what does brainwashing mean? The highs were highs and the lows were really low. I'm really tired of reading that. I know she says this over and over, but I am kind of like, okay. I think that maybe she just doesn't know how to express this, but she says this constantly. I think I've read it at least a good 20 times in the transcripts. The highs were really high and the lows were really low. I was punished whenever Puff was violent, making me believe I had done something wrong. He was praised by the public. You're aware of the Me Too movement. No outcry of you. Why? He said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. I internalized blame and shame. Who threatened to tell Miss Ventura about Mr. Combs supposedly essaying you? Puff. Why didn't you respond? Great. Let me tell everyone what you did to me. Objection. Sustain. Let's move. You said you have a moral obligation to speak up. Now I do. Why didn't you in 2017? I was brainwashed. Okay. Steele says, when did you first say me too? When I first saw him being held responsible. Now I have therapy. Oh, so she just started therapy. Okay. Okay. Mr. Combs says, or excuse me, Steele says, Mr. Combs wrote, I gotta find that you got a copy. What does it refer to? Mia says, I think he means the James Brown video. Oh my God. Into the chat. James Brown. Okay. Scrapbook. Okay. Then Mia wrote, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you for a B-day in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so you could walk, not give it an F. If y'all find it, I will, but I didn't. Steele said you had a PDF? I thought so. So like a PDF file? What did you write here? My grandmother went into hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event here in my hometown. C'est la vie. Effing crush it and make history. Heart emoji. Deepest sympathy for your grandmother. Thanks. So Steele is reading communication between her and Diddy after 2020. Okay. Okay. Then Steele says, what about this? There had been some terrible events with the police. Pharrell organized an event to change the narrative of Beach Week, which I think is a college thing. You wanted to see Mr. Combs? I did not. I only said so. Oh, enter the chat, Pharrell. Okay. My hometown of Virginia Beach doesn't get this type of attention. You're telling the juries you were scared of Mr. Combs, true? True, I was scared of him when he was scary. Listen to 1750. Tell me if you recognize it. Oh, girl. Okay. Tell me if you reckon. Look, it just went, we got behind. I don't know. I wasn't getting the notifications on the computer. Moved to admit 1750 and 1750R. Miss Smiter says we object. The proper basis for admission has not been established. Let's have a sidebar. So now they have another sidebar. And then sidebar, and if you want to support, Lord, I got my phone up now. Hold up. We're going to have this phone up. Wow, we literally got behind because we weren't getting notified on the desktop. What the hell? Well, I got my phone up now, so how do you like them apples? I know, right? Oh my, James Brown. I feel good. Not James Brown. And what was Pharrell trying to fix? Pharrell, please come to the front of the please come to the front of the situation here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. You said I thought we already had. Yeah, we already had. Pharrell's name has already been dropped, actually. There we go. The camera's acting up. Pharrell's name has already been dropped. Very cringe. Remember the solar storm? There's a solar storm, Melinda? See, I didn't even know that. I was like, what's going on? I know, right? And they're back. See? Thank you, phone. Thank you. Well, this is the only time I'm going to thank my phone because. Oh, shit. Sarah, somebody, oh my God. They found, somebody put up a. Oh, man. Okay, I guess there's a link of Sarah wishing happy birthday to Puff. Their bag, judge, it may be admitted, Inner City Press send it, only public, they may be admitting it. Oh my, hold up. I'm not playing it because I'm not risking it. But their Inner City Press has a video out there. He published it. Let me see something real quick. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. All right, then. Judge says break. Are they going to admit? You saw the video on Friday on YouTube, the birthday video. She did also on YouTube. Most of us have seen it. I'm not going to play it. Y'all feel free to see it. The thing is I try to be very respectful. Some people may not agree with me, but I don't. Y'all go watch it over there. How long ago was that video? Do you guys know? It didn't age well. This is the video that they wanted to show to the jury. It didn't age well. I'll say that. I don't know why my camera's acting up. You know how if you ever watch Sloan Bella, her camera always goes crazy, and it's because she's calling people, and I'm like, that is the trippiest shit. She's getting all these callings from, like, if you believe any of what she says, right? I don't know. But one time I was watching her video, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with her camera? Her camera was going in and out, and it's like jumping and stuff like that. Yeah. Thank you, Black and Brown. I appreciate you. Y'all ever watch a Sloan Bella video where you're like, girl, fix your camera, and it's like acting up? Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a little bit of that. We're not calling any spirits over here. Keep that over there. What's the point of the video? I could tell you what you said. You were put on timeout. I was only trying to update Rabbit. I wasn't spamming. Gotcha. Okay. No, I know. I see your messages when you say update. They're actually, the only reason I found out we had an update is because you said something. And I'm sitting here like an idiot for 20 minutes and not seeing an update because it wasn't going through. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You said we rebuke you. We rebuke you. The Heather Thompson from the Real Housewives of New York City was the founding designer director of Sean John's fashion line. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe they just felt like you were spamming. It's okay. Maybe it was an accident. It's all good. You said, yeah, I absolutely know spirit energy and how it affects. Interesting. The video was on November 12th, 2013. You said Jeremy, and he said, well, then, I mean, my mods know what they do. I already warned Jeremy. You're not going to get so many warnings. You guys can go ahead and block him if he's doing them. I don't like blocking people, but don't do the most. And I've been doing really good about, like, I literally try my best. I go through I've been doing it more, what's the word? I've been checking my block lists a lot just to make sure we don't accidentally block somebody. And then I notice how the trolls kind of change their name as if I don't know who you are because your account is there. Yeah, so I do be checking it. Keep it. Look, even Lindell, he's been dragged a couple times here on this chat, but he hasn't even been blocked. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Lindell. He said, Diddy got Cassie on the part of the movie. He was so mean he sent her to South Africa for a role that she wanted to play. Oh, Lord have mercy. Now, Lindell, don't get blocked. Don't make me regret what I just said. Okay? Well, I mean, you can make an argument about her being captive. Guys, there's an interesting fine line between this. People have to be careful. Okay? You don't get to lock somebody. You don't, like, that whole shit that he was doing on the rehearsal and making the band and all the stuff that he would make these people do, that could be considered forced labor too. This is why people act like, oh, that's not forced. They're living their dream. No, all of these things. When you hear about, like, y'all ever hear, like, I remember I used to watch, there's a documentary out there on Lou Pearlman, right? And Lou Pearlman, I know Tony's like, dang, Lindell was doing, we were cheering. We were asking about Lindell last night because we had another person that was trolling us and they got blocked too. Okay. But yes. Says, not saying I'm here. I'm the one that did it. No worries, Chico. I know she's just giving me the heads up. So it's okay if she just puts in their update. I know it looks a little, I completely understand, but I wouldn't have known there was an update if I hadn't seen that right there. So I don't think it was intentional, but no worries. They were trolling real hardcore last night. Yeah, Lou Pearlman and the shit that he would do. So he would make these, like, boy bands, young guys, work out in, like, sweaty shops and do different things and whatnot, which I'm like, okay, like, that could also be deemed as forced labor too, having them work all the time, having not take a break, having two bands, kind of what is it, the Backstreet Boys and the NSYNC kind of have each other, fight and everything. Yeah. Let's see, do we have an update? Let's see. Yeah, they doxed her on X. I don't want to say her name. Like I said, we're not trying to, I don't care who she is. I mean, like I said, a lot of us kind of knew who she was because put two and two together, you read some of the lawsuits and you hear some stuff and, do some research and you kind of figure out, yeah, yes. It's interesting. You said, when I hear comments like Lindell, it just shows how ill-informed and ridiculous some people are. If it was all bad all the time, the victims wouldn't have been there. That they stay because of the good too. I think there needs to be a balance there, Lindell, with that comment too. You'd be saying too much sometimes, but you just gotta be mindful. Like, some people don't have that get up and go. Some people stay in situations because they do. Um, some people fear being blackballed. Her career, I mean, she was in her 20s when she got with Diddy, so there's that, if you know what I mean. There are times when people lean on victim roles not out of pain, but out of convenience, especially when it shields them from accountability. The defense is playing on that, says the five. What do you guys think about the five's comment? Let me know. Thank you, Didi. I hope it doesn't affect the case, that everyone knows who she is. I don't think it will. I asked somebody who was in the courtroom, I said, hey, are they covering her face? I said, no. I mean, she's covered her face, with her own like hair and stuff like that, but she's not really covered up at all. You said they did reach out. You're right. And she was one of them. She was one of them. Hold up. Let me see. Oh no. Okay. All right. They're still on a break. Sorry, I got knocked out of my page. How many witnesses are scheduled for today? So Mia and then three others. Three others. Three other people. Oh, and then I have to tell you guys something too. Christina Coram. Miss Coram. Christina Coram. Did you guys know that they collected her phones too? She was part of the when they raided stuff, they collected everything from her. Everything from her. So at the very last, so at the end of the day on Friday, they were talking about evidence that they were going to admit, and Smizer for the government says, I think Mr. Steele suggests that it was with Christina Coram. And Coram, if you look at the numbers on the top, so they took all of her stuff to everything. They had to contact Christina Coram's lawyer. Garrigo says, because I spoke to Christina Coram's counsel, and she assured me that this was Christina Coram, who would not be offering it if it was not Christina Coram that came from her device. They took her device. They took everything. I wouldn't surprise me if they also might have looked into her home too, when all of this went down. And that was one place nobody even thought about that. They, yes. Oh, I don't know. Was Diddy part of Kanye West's Sunday service in the desert? That's a great question. I don't know. Is Kanye? I mean, he kind of calmed down a little bit. He's been not trending for like 2 days. That's a goal. He seems like he calmed down. I don't know. I would have, I would have probably have said, can you just make sure I get the Mann Act? You know what I mean? Um, oh, my birthday video is linked. They've shown in the court. shows who she is. So yeah, her birthday video is linked, Ronnie. Everybody's gonna know who she is. That's the birthday video they want to admit to evidence. It's who she is. It's out there. It's public. Everybody can see it. I'm not giving her a name. A lot of us knew who she was, but yeah. He would have gotten less charges if they would have gone this route, the Mann Act. My understanding. You said she got compensated for her lost wages. Now they're charging him criminally for something. Double jeopardy at its finest. No, because that was a civil case. This is a criminal case. There's no double jeopardy. Like it doesn't go from criminal to civil. Like it's double jeopardy when it's two crimes at the same time. I mean, and the feds can do that. The feds, you could be what's the word? You could be having a civil lawsuit that later turns into criminal. So yeah, there would be no double jeopardy there. Mm-mm. I don't think so. Yes, that's right. The following witnesses: Enrique Santos, Eddie Garcia, who are expected to testify with immunity; Sylvia Oken, a hotel custodian; and Frank Piazza, a forensic video expert. Yes, that's right. Yeah, so there is no double jeopardy. The civil settlements have nothing to do with the criminal. It only goes one way. It only goes like the feds can look into the civil cases and then bring about maybe criminal charges from there, but it's never the civil cases going in like it's just one way, if that makes sense. But yes, Diddy Docket. Thank you. Y'all. Okay, CNN says court takes a short break. Okay, so I think Steele's going to go all day with this one. I think Steele's going to go all day with this one, y'all. I will say though this because, like I said, it's interesting to me that Mia had the same hairstyle as Cassie at some point. Like, you know how Cassie shaved half of her head? She did too. Mia did too. Which I don't know if she felt like she had to do that or what that was all about, but yes. Maybe she felt like she had to do that to kind of fit into the environment. I'm not really sure. You know? Hold up. Let's see. Do we have any? Did you guys hit the like button? Please and thank you. Yeah, maybe she was trying to support Cassie like 11 years ago. 11 years ago. That's my thought. Best friends do stuff like that. Yeah, shave your head. Hey, Angela. I love how she says, I'm here. Did y'all hit the like button, please and thank you? Maybe they shaved their heads because he took some clippers to do it. Well, if you want to talk about cult behavior, didn't Charles Manson make everybody shave their head too? He said, now we're analyzing their hairstyles. Listen, I'm just giving commentary. Yeah. But yes. Hazing rituals? No update. Washington Post says, let's see. Mia has mostly kept her head down as she answers defense attorney Brian Steele's question about her relationship to her former boss after she left the company. The former Sean Combs assistant, who is testifying under a pseudonym, is wearing a beige blazer and pants with a white blouse. Her blonde hair is pulled back. So they know who she is. People have seen her face. People know who she is. So that's what they say. But yes. She is a liar. Jury knows it. Well, what'd she lie about, Terrell? What part? You notice their hair too? You see what I'm saying? She shaved half of her and her friend. Well, what'd she lie about? The jury knows it. I'm not in the jury. I don't know. You She says she was jealous of Cassie's relationship and she copied her style. She never mentioned any of this for her civil lawsuit, which she has got her money. What? Okay, that hasn't been mentioned. When did she file? The only civil lawsuit that she filed was the employment one, unless there was another one. I don't think she's filed any lawsuits. Not like a Tony Busby kind of lawsuit. So I don't know if that's 1000% correct. That's just my thought on that. Hold up, we have an update. Until now the government says until now had been objecting to exhibits and turning over private correspondence of this witness. We have now sat through hours of humiliating cross. Mr. Steele has insulted this witness, saying things like God forbid after things she said. Oh, Lord have mercy. So I will say this about Steele. He does he interjects little like comments like God forbid or don't let this be this way or don't even let it be that way. Yeah. Monetary restitution is still work for him. Jennifer, after 2017, this is how I know some of you guys have not heard that part of the transcripts or just ignoring this part, which is your choice. I'm not here to tell you anything other than after 2017, when she got let go, she then sought out an attorney and got into an employment lawsuit. That's where she got money. But it had nothing to do with the SA stuff. She has not filed, unless she's one of the Jane Does that have been named out there as a Jane Doe, she has not filed a lawsuit for SA publicly that we know of. She could have as a Jane Doe, but we don't know. Okay? So yeah, even though she filed a wrongful termination thing, she still communicated with them. You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying to you is that there was a lawsuit that it was only on wrongful termination, nothing else. Nothing else. That's what I know. And that's specifically said on the transcripts. Okay. Let's see. That's right. Thank you for saying this, Glory Days. That's what we know. Just for the payments and the bonuses. That's what we know. Okay. So, government is upset. All right, get it together. Let me get my readers from shout out to Berlin. Let me get my readers from Berlin. I'm like squinting with the readers. Okay, so until now have been objecting to exhibits. Okay, he keeps making comments about God forbid. One by one, Your Honor, let the exhibits in now. But now, cumulatively, we have reached harassment. Given the tone, we do not think continuing this is appropriate. She has carried herself with grace. This is adding to trauma. Eyes are on this trial. Do you guys agree? Do you guys feel like Brian Steele is doing too much? What do you guys think? Is Brian, or is he doing his job? Is he doing too much, or is he doing his job? Because let me tell you, if not that I could ever project myself in that position, but if I was like fighting for my life, I need my attorney to do his job. If you know what I mean. Let's do a poll. Okay? Is he doing too much, or is he doing his job? Let's see. Is Brian Steele doing too much, or his job? Okay. Doing too much. Doing his job. Go vote. Go vote. Yeah, he's doing what he's hired to do. I kind of feel like, I mean, he could have more exhibits on pictures and stuff like that. Or is he doing too much? Doing his job, says K. Barron. Okay. I'm unsure. I need to meet Mia and on the stand to determine this, says Franny Law. If I hired somebody like Brian Steele, that's what I hired him to do. I hired him to do too much and some. That's what I would do. I'm just saying. Like, it's unfortunate, but but I'm fighting for my life. What did R. Kelly say when he did that one interview with what's her name? Oprah's friend? I'm fighting for my life. That would be me. I'm You're killing me. I'm fighting for my life. That's what I would be doing. Yes. Okay, we have an update. Okay. So government is like complaining, like this is harassment, and this is adding to trauma at the eyes of this trial. Okay. And then it continues. Government says other victims in other trials will become aware of this. Judge says, I have not seen yelling. My understanding is that his God forbid is an apology, not an attempt to intimidate. But the argumentative question is, Mr. Steele, here you're repeating yourself. I personally feel like after reading some of these transcripts that the government did overkill it on some of the questioning. But I also feel like what Steele is doing here, like they couldn't have picked, I don't know, they got 50 plus photos that they've showed of different social media posts. Could they have picked maybe, I don't know, the top 25 and then show them? Maybe. You think that Steele is landing the plane? Okay. Look at this poll. Look at this poll. Oh my God. Well, he's definitely provided a lot of reasonable doubt. I'll say that. There's a lot of reasonable doubt out there on a lot of things. This is why I kind of side-eye the government too on like, why did you guys bring these SA allegations? It just doesn't make sense. Okay. You said Brian wants to keep his porch. He doesn't yell. He brings God. He does get a little snarky, but he doesn't yell. Okay. So he says, judge says, not an attempt to intimidate, but the argumentative questions is, Mr. Steele, here you're repeating yourself. Judge says, if I feel you are asking questions, just ask them. I'm going to tell you to move on. Understood? Steele says, I understand. I don't see improper treatment here, Miss Comey, but I will continue to watch. Okay, Steele. Now they're moving on. All right, so we're back. So Comey, sit your ass down. We got to get it together. Stop acting like you give a shit about the victims, because let's be very real, and I've said it before. I personally don't feel like the government really cares about the victims. I think that they care to get this man. That's just my stance as I've seen cases as a social worker. They kind of leave a lot of victims high and dry. So as long as they get their conviction and then they move on to the next. Okay. But that's just my opinion. So Steele says, I saw photographs 17 and 99, 1 to 25. Okay. Can I see them? Asked the judge. Government says, we don't have stamped versions of these. Do you have the photos? Judge asks. Yes, but we don't know which ones you are referring to. Judge says, Mr. Steele, why don't they have a stamped copy of these? Steele says, only saw them this morning. Oh my God. This is the same stuff. Same stuff. Same stuff, man. We back to this. This didn't get entered. This needs to get entered. Enter this. I cannot. You said, mind y'all, Steele is a Southern boy. We say God forbid a lot all the time. But yes. You said the judge favoritism towards the defense team has been reached at this point where it can no longer be explained as an attempt to prevent a mistrial. You think that there's favoritism towards the defense team? Really? Say more. Say more. You think he's grasping for straws? Lord. Yes, to be fair, they did let the judge know that they don't have enough time to work with the client due to him being in custody. I hope that's why some of this is last minute. They do. Their schedule is very like, they don't have a lot of time with Diddy. They don't have a lot of time with Diddy. They have a lot of lawyers, but they don't have a lot of time with Diddy. That's for sure. The federal government does have a 98% conviction rate. It's a lot of repetition, though. Thank you. The duck. How are you, the duck? I hope you're doing well. We're waiting for an update. Okay. Don't be stingy with the likes now. Don't be stingy with the likes. Okay? Don't be a hater all your life. Thank you. Please and thank you. I'd appreciate it. I have too many haters. We don't need more haters. Thank you. They have a high conviction rate because everyone doesn't have Diddy's money, maybe. Oh, come on. Bring some logic. Come on, Lindell. Lindell. Bring some logic to this. Come on now. Come on now. There's a fine line between doing your job and being overly rude or nasty. I don't think jurors would appreciate that either. I don't know if he's being rude or nasty, though. I think that he's just repeating things, but that's what the government was doing too. Like they were repeating stuff too. That's why I was like, I don't know, man. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. You said it is governmenting for profit too. The court must give the leeway to defendant to avoid success on appeal. Hit that like. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Yes. Drop some rabbits in the chat. Hit that like. Thank you. You said, Lindell, why do you stand so hard? Cheeks is like, look, at the end of the day, we're going to be friends with Lindell. I promise. At the end of the day, we're going to be friends. We're going to be friends with Lindell. We are. Y'all going to be like, I really miss Lindell. I don't know. I'm wishful thinking. Okay. Judge says, okay, so Mr. Steele, why don't these have have stamped copies of these? Only saw them this morning. Judge says, just show them to me one by one. Next, Mr. Steele, what is the relevance? Steele says, impeachment. She said she had no time for herself to tell others. These images show Mia with friends and family over these years. That's relevant. Okay? Let me tell you why. Because in her, and I have the transcripts here, she did say, and I remember specifically, she said that there was a time where she had to run away to go be with her friends, and security got mad, so they went to go pick her up. They found out she had run away in the middle of the night when he was asleep. She had no time to be with her friends. She said this. She said she had no time to be with her family. She couldn't even leave to her grandmother's funeral type of situation. Yeah. So I think Steele's going to show that. So a lot of this is social media posts that are piecing these things together. Okay. All right. Why would baby showers have relevance? The judge asked. Why not just ask questions about this? Why show this? Steele said, because I like to do the impeachment that way. Judge says, absent any further showing, they are excluded. Judge Steele says, admit them for the record? No. Ooh, wait. The judge said no. A baby shower. She had time to go to a baby shower. She had time to fly out to go to a baby shower. Judges say, why are you, what's with the baby shower? What's the relevance? Well, instead of just ask, did you attend a baby shower on this day? Yes. Okay. So you were allowed to go to baby showers and family events and funerals. Why did you tell this jury that you couldn't go to your grandmother's funeral? More. So this is going to be the longest thing. You say he definitely is doing his job on Friday. Everybody has watery eyes come Monday. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's see. You said you're bored? Lady Scorpio is like, listen, I'm bored with these two. Can we move on? Brian still has 150 more social media posts. Okay. See, I want to know, did they, I'm stuck on, did the other guy take Diddy's money from Intercontinental? And so that's why he's having to invoke and seek immunity and all this other stuff. Oh my God. I'm waiting for that one. I want to know what happened there. Okay. So here we go. So Steele says, admit them for record? No. Steele says, we want them in there if there is an appeal. And then the government says, we'll put them in the case file. That's how we handle it. Steele says, I asked Mia, you still have friends? And she said, I did not see them. I did not have an external sounding board. She said there was no time. Oh, I'm telling you, he's trying to drive this point that she's lying about not being able to have like something outside of her work. I don't know, man. I can't wait till Christina Quorum takes a stand. Hold on. No update yet. We want them. Let me see. They're already anticipating an appeal. I think you just have to be prepared. Like if you lose the trial, just have an appeal ready, right? Yeah. The judge can block evidence, but the defense can protect their right to challenge that decision later. Yep. Thank you, Oklahoma. Shout out to you, Oklahoma. It is free to share. It is free to hit the like button. Okay. It is the 2nd of June. All right. We are in here for the long haul. We are in here. One more month of this. And then it's back to the regular. Listen, I have so much news items to catch up on. Okay. They said, I've heard the same. Others at the trial believe the judge is favoring the defense. I never noticed. I don't think that he's favoring the defense at all. I don't think he's favoring anybody, actually. I think the judge has been doing very good at like just being able to hear both sides. I don't know. I like this judge. What do you guys think about the judge so far? You think it should be allowed? Okay. Yeah, appeals are standard, so there's that. You said, hold up, can we take a poll and ask, do we think Steele's a goat? Wait. All right. Hold up. This poll is being requested. Is Brian Steele the goat of the Diddy trial? He's done many trials. I think we should differentiate. Somebody's gotta. I have 6666 numbers, 666 people in the chat. I don't like that number, so somebody got to jump off the ship or somebody come back in. But we got to get out of that number. That's a weird number to be at. Okay, thank you. I like this judge. I do. After reading the transcripts, I think he's being fair. I think he's doing well. I think the judge worked for the U.S. Supreme Court for the notorious RBG. May she rest in peace. Oh, my God. Is he, though? I don't know. Go vote. Okay, look at this. Terrell says, Steele is a goat, but Westmoreland would have had a field day with her. Oh, see, Westmoreland? She did who did she do? Don Richard? Oh man. Okay. No, I just don't like that number. And there was like 20 people that left. They're like, we're out of here. I just didn't like that number. Okay. Okay, let me see my phone. See. Let me now find out we're getting updates here. Let's see. Okay. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. Let me see what the poll says. Hey, Coochie 420. Is Brian Steele the goat of the Diddy trial? 58% said yes, and 42% said no. Look at this. An interesting poll. Y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. Thank you, Nebulous. Nash is the GOAT of the Diddy trial. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Update. The problem is putting in the posts. They're not relevant and they are cumulative. You already spent a lot of time to the scrapbook. Please bring Mia back in. All right, Steele says you and Miss Ventura were best friends. Fair. Okay, so I think that they landed on you gotta hurry up with these social media posts. I think that's where they landed on. These transcripts will be interesting when I order them today. Okay, so they're gonna get on you and Cassie were best friends. Combs' former assistant back on the stand as court resumes. Okay. He's gonna go all day with her. I don't think we're gonna see a whole lot of people. I mean, we're already 2 hours in with her? I don't know. You said the defense mainly drags out the questions? Huh. I think the only thing that I have a problem with the questioning is sometimes the questioning from the government side. It's like asking a question in 3 different formulas. Like, I'm like, it's just, can we get to the point? Yeah, the judge says he's running around in circles. It seems like he's like, you got to land this plane, which I feel like there's certain aspects that I'm like, oh, okay. The R. Kelly thing did take me out, y'all. You think he's grasping at straws? I can't get over the R. Kelly thing. Never did I think that R. Kelly was going to get mentioned here in any way whatsoever. Lady Scorpion is like, land the plane, Steele, hurry up, people, land the plane. Did you guys expect that R. Kelly was going to be mentioned one way or another? I didn't. Okay. He said, you and Miss Ventura were best friends. Fair? Yes. You said she was your sister. Yes. You loved her. Absolutely. And you feel the same way today? Yes. And you would never lie to her? Puff didn't allow me to tell her things, like where he was, anything he said. Okay. Yep. The Duck, thank you for this first super chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wait. Wayne, I didn't even see this one too. Wayne, thank you so much for the $2. Do a poll on who saw the video. Wayne? How come I missed this one? And then the Duck also sent, see, it didn't even show me the notification on YouTube. I didn't even see this. Wayne, thank you for the $2. You said you want me to do a poll on who saw the video, please? The Duck, is it a sandwich break now? A sandwich sounds really good. Right about now. A nice little sandwich. Like a torta, like a Mexican torta. Yeah, my friend, that sounds delicious. I would say so. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? We don't. Not yet. The Duck, Wayne says to do a poll on who saw the video. Well, hold up. Okay, we just did the poll on Brian Steele. Let's do a poll. If you saw Mia, or I have a pretty good feeling that everybody here knows who Mia is. And I'm a little worried about doing a poll like that because I don't know how it's gonna. I have to be careful with YouTube, y'all. I'm already on a warning. They got mad at me because I said the word master's degree. They got mad at me because I said master's degree. Let me see. He has weak link, and this may be the opportunity for a reasonable doubt. They got mad at me. I said master's degree. Yeah, wait. Thank you for the $2, but I said master's degree, and I got in trouble, so I gotta be careful. And that is a educational word. That is an educational word. Okay. That is taught in a lot of S-Ed classes. Yes. Yes. They tell you that's the healthy thing to get a lot of stuff out, right? Like that's, so I said that word. Literally, I'm not joking, and they got me in trouble. Yes, Lindell. I can't say master's degree anymore. The medical term. I think it's a medical term. I know, right? Steelers like it's a break of it all. Melinda, thank you for this. I'll put this towards the transcripts. Thank you. Appreciate you, Melinda. Let me put a little heart in there. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you. You said they're boxing the rabbit in. What you mean? Okay. Okay, so Mia said, you would never lie to her. Mia said, Puff didn't allow me to tell her things, like where he was, anything he said. Steele, was Miss Ventura in love with Mr. Combs? I thought so. Did you ever tell the person she loved Arju? No. Did you ever tell her the person that she loved Arju? No. Do you remember telling her Mr. Combs' brain needed to be rewired? May we have a sidebar? Judge says, may we have a sidebar? You may. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's what they said. Lord have mercy. Not another sidebar. Not another sidebar. I don't know if it wasn't the judge who asked for it. It was the government who asked for a sidebar. Sidebar sandwich. YouTube gets on my nerves, says Cecilia Beauty. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. You said exactly my point. She would have included those allegations in her civil employment lawsuit if she had proved that she have went for more money. Exactly my point. You said she would have included those allegations in her civil employment lawsuit. The essay, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Maybe she just didn't want to say anything then. That could have been the case. You know? I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't know any of these people personally. Okay, I really don't. Now, I'm going by what they're accusing him at the trial. They're not accusing him of R-ing anybody, per se. They're accusing him of trafficking, but the victims that we know so far, there's only been what, Cassie? Who else? Who else was trafficked that we know of? I'm not hearing anybody else other than Cassie, unless there's other, and I believe there's another Jane Doe that's been mentioned, but yeah. But guys, let me know. I could be wrong. Oh my God, Teresa, thank you. Let me put this a little heart right there. Thank you for the transcripts. Victim 2, thank you. Victim 2, yeah. Teresa, thank you. I got it. Thank you. She wasn't trafficked, in my opinion. Well, based on the definition of the law and the prostitution part, the law sees it as that she was. She and it's crazy because it's like, did she even see it? And even the escorts, do they even see it? I don't know if they do. We'll see. Yeah, the essay has nothing to do with the employment. I see it wasn't. See, and this is why I was like, I don't know why they brought up the essay part or the R-ing part. I don't understand that. I really don't think that was smart of the government. You said rabbit security. Other guy may be the security who took the 100,000. I think so too. This is what we were talking about. We were talking about how maybe it was the security, and maybe and now he has to go and take the plea deal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold up, y'all. Let's see. Do we have an update? You see, you see. 4 counts, 5 are for the victim. 4 counts and 5 are for victim 2. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Yeah, this is gonna be intense. And a lot of these, the juror is mainly men, right? T says, so if I flew a girl in town and we had an affair, then my money exchange is that of trafficking? No, you just flew a girl in town. That doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Do you I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Where are you going with that? So if I flew a girl in town and we had an affair and then my money exchange, is that trafficking? Uh not not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Hey, G Matt. I don't know. I think you're kind of like generalizing this. I think it's a little bit deeper than just that, if you know what I mean. Mm. Thank you. G Matt. Oh my God, thank you, G Matt. I'm putting this away. Thank you. Just got it. G Matt, Matt, thank you. Just got it, G Matt. Thank you. G Matt reminds me every time about Pineapple Head. Pineapple Head. All right, here we go. If that girl belongs to an escort service, yes, says Wayne. We can look into this a little bit more. Yep. Thank you. It's a little bit more than that. You're making it sound like you just fly somebody and suddenly you get trafficking charges. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay. And they're back. And why would you cover up for Mr. Combs to Miss Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? Objection. Okay, government says rephrase. Did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? I don't remember that. Why would you cover up for Mr. Combs to Miss Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? Objection. Rephrase. Did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? I don't remember that. Oh. No. You are missing something. That's not how they're putting it. How are they putting it when it comes to the escorts? You just said if I fly in my girlfriend or a woman or a person and have an affair with them, that's different. You're flying in escorts. That's and the escorts aren't necessarily there's prostitution there. That's different. That's a whole you're asking two different things. I think you're confusing two different things. I would suggest you watch Nate the lawyer's video because he explains it very, very well. And the thing about this situation is that the enterprise comes in with the LLCs, all the Diddy businesses. This is why they outline those. Okay. Hold up. Do we have an update? Yeah. Paying for services through Money Wire Company, which he did. Don't forget the Western Unions. He was paying out of businesses. He was buying things out of the businesses. Now, this is why I told you guys when we were covering this, I said he should have just opened a I don't know, an adult industry Combs Tootsie Roll Pop industry. Let me stop, y'all. Rubber on the ducky type of like industry where he could have charged all of this and it would have been like adult entertainment. So he could have done that, and then that would have been through there. And then this would have been a whole different case, maybe. You know? Yes, traffickers are the companies that they work for and why they are not being charged. The traffickers are the companies that they work for. What? Well, this is how I understand it, okay? And it was explained to me, and I feel like I've explained this before, but I'm going to explain a little bit more. And this is from our beautiful, wonderful mod who's also in the legal field. And she explained it this way, because I asked the same question. It's like, how come is it just one person that's being charged, and like what's going on here? And it's not really like that. It's kind of like they're going for the head of the snake. Once they go for the head of the snake, they can follow through with everybody else. Right now, they're weighing in about who's going to get immunity and everything, and then they'll follow up. Some people are going to receive full immunity. Some people won't receive full immunity. Some people that you're just going to go after, whatever, whoever they are fully. So for those that don't understand, that are saying, well, he was just flying in his girlfriend. Okay. A RICO, which is what this is happening here, requires a pattern of racketeering activities, which means at least 2 predicate offenses within a 10-year period. Several crimes related to prostitution can serve as a predicate. Okay. He's flying in escorts. He's got Cassie. Cassie is, although she's a victim, she's an unindicted co-conspirator, right? I think we can all agree with that. We've said this before. Sex trafficking involves use of force, fraud, coercion to compel a person into a commercial sex act, which the force and coercion, the hitting, the everything, that CNN video, that's an example. Like they're forced, that she's being forced into these acts. Now, were there times where she willfully consented? Yes, she admits to that. She wanted to please him. But there were times that she didn't want to do it. And they even have messages to show that too. So there's that coercive part. Interstate transportation for prostitution, which is the Mann Act, prohibits transporting individuals across state lines for the purposes of engaging in prostitution or illegal sexual activities. That is different than, hey, I'm going to go have an affair with a girl or a guy at a hotel somewhere over there. If there's an escort, there's proposed services, they're being paid. That is different than what I just explained. So there's a difference between that. Okay. And transportation was provided when they asked for both Cassie and the sex workers, what cities did they do the FOs in? Okay. And also, like, KK is a subsequent indictment. There's only one person on trial. The take down the head first. His track record of witness tampering is not something you play with. Diddy will tamper with witnesses. He does that. He showed that. Hell, he's done it in other crimes that are not really being looked at. Okay. He knows how to tamper with witnesses. He knows how to pay people off. He's known for that. This is why he didn't even get a fucking a bail, because they were worried about that. He has a pattern of behavior, and you can say whatever you want, but I think a lot of us have seen it too, one way or another, if you've been following any of this. His track record of witness tampering is not something you play with. They have to get him behind bars first before they go after anyone else. That's just basic legal logic. Okay? Basic legal logic. They have to go after him. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. And that was only 6 seconds ago. Okay. So, did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Mr. Combs? I don't remember that. He could find out what I was telling her, says Mia. How? He had stolen my phone and Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices on her car. But you were alone with Miss Ventura. Yes. You sued Mr. Combs for $10 million? Now is that separate from the work? Is that a separate lawsuit? Yep. We still have KK, D-Rock. Yep. Sidebar. His SA lawsuit just got settled. Harv Pierre's lawsuit just got settled. Do we know for what? So they got to go for the head of a snake. The meat guy, the freezer meat guy, the Punisher, he was traveling. There were people that were traveling, so there's the traveling of escorts. So that's that interstate thing. Like, we're thinking it's like, it's crazy because I would never have thought, oh shit, if I, want to have a good time and I want to fly somebody in to bow chicka wow wow wow, whatever it may be. And I find somebody, I don't know, out of New York and fly them out to where I'm at, for escort services, and it turns into something else and I'm paying them. I would have never thought that that would have been considered, and I have a whole channel, right? And that's my enterprise. And I'm hiring these escorts to do this. Never would have thought that that would have been like a man act. Never. See, like that's what surprised me too out of this. You surprised to hear that too? I was like, well, wait a minute, what if I want to, a Chippendale or something? And then it's like, no, you in trouble. You going to jail. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. You said, but Naldo, the traveling okay, so that's what he said. There's other ones too. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. They seem to be promoting the unsafe practices of swapping body fluids without protection. Lord. You said, well, from what I've learned, when an escort advertises with words in town for the weekend, it means the escort is being trafficked. Ding, ding, ding. I've heard this too, actually, Franny. Yep. I heard this too. In town for the weekend. And then you're getting them at Craigslist? Huh. That's interesting. You said, okay, hold up. Let's get into this 10 million lawsuit. Is this the employment one? You sued Mr. Combs for 10 million. Mia said it was a mediation. My lawyer ended up getting 200,000. Steele says you got 200,000. Yes. Please look at the screen. Is that social media account? Is that your social media account? Look at a text message. Looks like a text message. Sounds like me. Your text to Mr. Combs. Okay. So that's the only lawsuit that we know of. There's no SA lawsuit for this one victim. This is the employment lawsuit. So she sued for 10 million and she only got 400,000, and 200,000 the lawyers kept. Okay, that's a lot of money. And then she got 200,000. They kept like basically half of what she got. It's interesting. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. It was only one that said he boarded a plane and they had him down as a potential employee, says Moni. Really? Who was it, Moni? Because I have to go back, and I'm sorry, it feels like a long time ago, but I thought that Punisher said that he was traveling. So who was traveling? And would it be considered traveling if they're like in a meeting up in a different city? Would that be considered traveling? You said who was a dancer, not an escort, who happened to do sexual favors. He never left New York State. And Diddy and Cassie, he met him at different hotels. Would that be considered as traveling? I have a question, though. Here's the question that I have. Where are all the minors that they said that Diddy had essayed? I'm still waiting on that. Oh, here you go. It was Jules, the one who was there during the intercontinental beatings. Punisher didn't leave New York. Jules. His name was Jules, Moni. Wasn't it? I can't remember the name, but she said it was under the disguise of future employment. Oh, that's right. That's right. So when Cassie was talking about they were flying people in and it was under the guise of like it's a new employee. And so then that new employee would then have issues, would have dealings with the people that would arrange the flights for them. And that's what Cassie was saying. You're right. Now I remember. Now I remember. Adi said he traveled too. There you go. Yeah, isn't one of the what? I don't know. Because they said they had children. Who said, like, I want to know about this. I want to know about this. People are confusing the allegations in the civil lawsuits and the federal case. Yeah, they are. They really are. They are. I think that they are. There's a lot of confusion there. But I mean, it's just. I think that that's kind of normal, like if you don't understand how that kind of works. Um, hold up. So Combs' ex-assistant says she didn't mention SA allegations during mediation over her severance. She didn't mention them. She said that with the prosecution too. Mia testified that she never mentioned any SA allegations against Sean Diddy Combs in 2017 mediation over her severance with Combs' company. Defense attorney Brian still asked her if she was aware of the Me Too movement at the time of her mediation. Mia testified that she was not. Okay. She says, I don't remember sending this. Steele says, you are in a tutu, and Mr. Combs appeared to be holding his private part. We read this in the lawsuit. And Miss Ventura's lawsuit, she alleged SA. Mia says, yes. Why did you still communicate with Mr. Combs? Objections sustained. This did trip me out a little bit, okay? There was like photo ops that Mia was doing. I don't know if she was like it maybe part of her job. I'm not really sure. Y'all can fill in the blank. But there was one specific one where she's wearing a tutu and Diddy's holding his, private part, and it's up in Times Square, and this is a photo on her personal social media account. Right? He had already violated her by then, and it sounds like it might have been multiple times by then. So I have to kind of wonder, because it probes the question, and people have asked this as well in my other videos and the other comments about Mia. Is it possible that Diddy was also having an affair with Mia? And I think that's what the defense is painting this as well. Like it was a consensual affair. If now, don't quote me. I think he said this was a what is it? A consensual type of situation that they were in together. And that's what this was. And so then he was kind of like, I don't know, like something to that effect. And she wasn't saying anything. Now, she said that it was R, and he said at least how it's being painted, it's that it was all consensual. People believe that this was a consensual. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder whether it was or if it wasn't. Did he paid all of Cassie's expenses? Yep. Oh, Burgess, that guy should be in jail for, I don't know. I think he lied. I think he's a liar. Burgess got sued by Diddy after that. What happened to him? He said he's got books. Then you got that other, or excuse me, tapes with minors. That was so weird. And then the guy, what's his name? Chris Toad, that guy who used Jamal Millwood, basically like did blackface or something, and basically wrote this book like straight out of fucking Cinemax or something. I don't think that, like I said, Chris Toady, I don't think Kim Porter wrote that, any of that. I'm sorry. And why would he have that? Why him? Why would he get that? He can't even explain this to anybody. Like, that guy is trash. I don't like him. Mm-mm. But Franny, what do you think came out of that? Like, he hasn't been arrested that we know of, right? What came out of that? And what's her name? Ariel Mitchell Kidd was right there. I have to wonder about that. Can you go to jail for lying to the grand jury? I've never lied to the grand jury. I've never had to see the grand jury, but I do wonder, can you go to jail for lying to the grand jury? We the people want to know. Pretty sure you can. Pretty sure. If you found that you lied, can you go to the grand? Can you go to jail? You said I don't think anything came out of that other than the gag orders, possibly. Says Franny. Did he have tapes with minors? Why would you even say that publicly? Isn't that like a crime? It's a whole crime. Why would you tell people you have tapes with minors and Diddy was in them? That's crazy, y'all. You got people confessing to whole ass crimes online. Everybody's confessing to crimes. You got and then when he was asked, like, are they minors? Yeah, they're minors. Why do you have them? There were minor victims mentioned in the court filings. The government tried to admit testimony from minor two victims, and the judge did not allow it. Admit? Interesting. Interesting. That's crazy, man. Okay, no update yet. Now, hold up. Washington Post says pressed to explain why she never told Cassie to leave Sean Combs. Sean Combs witness Mia said that she was scared of her old boss and what had she stepped out of line, he would have taken me away from Ventura. He's stolen my phone many times. Mia said that when defense attorney Brian Steele asked her why she felt like she couldn't tell Ventura negative things about Combs, even in private. He's stolen Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices on her car. Y'all, it doesn't even seem, I just, wow. What you mean, Paige? Shout out to you. That's probably what the U.S. attorney was after, alleged recordings. Did they ever find them? That's the question. Why aren't they putting it all out there? I don't know, Angel. Nalo says the question is if the jury believes that she was trafficked and engaged in prostitution. That's the question. You talking about Cassie? If the jury believes that, that's the question, right? It doesn't matter what we say, y'all. We're not making that decision we're not making that decision. What matters is, do they believe it? Do they believe it? Okay. Why didn't you communicate with Mr. Combs? Government says objection sustained. Okay, so did you meet these prosecutors in January 2024? Mia says I may have. I don't remember the timing. Okay. Did you tell them Mr. Combs essayed you? I don't remember when I told them. Did you get a lawyer? Yes. Okay. Did you make a demand? What's going on? Somebody said in the comments, do you remember anything, Mia? What's going on? That's what people are saying. I mean, I don't know, guys. Are you all good? Let me know in the chat. Are you guys good? Are we still following? What's the deal? What's the deal? Are you guys good? This kind of make you wonder what they're going to do here next. You said the witness has serious credibility issues. Her convenient memory is annoying, says the 5. Ooh. Did the government say anything about minors? I think I'm not really sure if I remember correctly, but there was a Diddy docket said that there was a filing that they didn't admit or something like that pertaining to a minor, but not that I remember. Yes. You said, I'm falling asleep. Steele is so repetitive. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. Steele's gonna keep. I thought you said Steele was the GOAT. What happened? You guys are. What happened with Steele? Why are you guys talking about you falling asleep and you said Steele was the GOAT and Steele is the bomb and I love Steele and Steele would never. Steele would never. Okay, no update yet. So you guys over there praising Steele. What happened? You said he wasn't the GOAT. Storm's like, no, I said he wasn't the GOAT. You said they're just asking her questions to be impeached. I think so. You said it's boring? What? Oh my God. You said Steele is boring? But I thought you guys said that he was the GOAT. Okay, hold up. So did you get a lawyer? Yes. The lawyer, Steele says the lawyer who had 45 days earlier obtained an enormous, I'm making up words, enormous judgment. Objection. Sustained. Why did you hire her? Objection. Judge says, let's move on. You only first allege essayed in June 2024. Okay. The lawyer who had 45 days earlier obtained an enormous judgment. Objection. Why did you hire her? Objection. Sustained. Let's move on. You only first allege essayed in June 2024. Oh, shit. Here we go. Did she make a demand with the lawyer? What happened? Because it's a female lawyer. It's not Busby, is it? Don't let it be Busby. Don't let it be Busby, okay? I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I understand it's privilege. Objection. Kerm says, that's sustained. Let's have a sidebar. Oh, objection. 2024. Sidebar. Yeah, it better not be Busby. I'm done. We're all done with Busby. It's a sidebar. I'd be like, look, Your Honor, my client. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No Busby. No Ariel Mitchell, says GMAT. GMAT's like, no Busby, no Ariel Mitchell. We're not doing that. Mm-mm. We can't do this. Sidebar Monday. Listen, as long as we have a taco bar Tuesday, then we should be good. I don't think Busby's done yet. Oh God, I want to forget about Busby. Honestly, that's crazy. Oh, she hired Bloom. Who she hire? She hired Lisa Bloom. So is that the other client? Oh, hold up. Let me see this. Are you sure about that? I only knew of Danity Kane. I haven't heard any of that. How do you know she hired Lisa Bloom? No. Excuse me. Don Richard hired Lisa Bloom. That's who Don Richard hired. Excuse me. Yes, that's who she hired. But did she also, is Mia her client? Oh my God, you're kidding me. I can't with Busby. He needs to go find a hobby or something. He needs to go find a hobby. I'm not a fan. He's pretty much saying that the prosecution is in on it. Ooh. Okay. Sidebar. I swear, like this has been a sidebar Monday. Kind of makes you wonder what they're arguing about now. Like, can we? This is. Can we go? Can we hurry up now? You said I'm going to still be sleep 2 hours from now. I'm still stuck on the R. Kelly stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, that was off. She said something about being stuck in the elevator. I'm like, oh, no, no, no. Oh, if she were her client, they previously mentioned that she had one witness. That was Dawn. That's all I heard. It was just Dawn. I didn't know if it was, huh. Yeah. G-Matt, thank you again, by the way, love. Shout out to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are we there yet? No, Jenny. Jenny's like, oh my God. You know what's so crazy? Oh Lord, Jeremy. Yeah. Jeremy, as much as I don't agree with that, I don't know if this is the right Jeremy. I don't know how many Jeremys we have, okay? But I would agree with your statement there. I just don't know if I believe everything that Busby says. Yeah. Some lawyers who follow the case in the courtroom report with astonishment that the judge favoritism toward the defense has been obvious. The unexpected decision and response. The judge they mention are not included in the tweets we read from journalists. I was surprised too. Well, I read the transcripts and I don't get that he's doing any favoritism. So I don't know if those lawyers are reading, like they might be there and that's great, but I don't get any favoritism from the transcripts. I honestly feel like he's doing his best to kind of hear both sides. Hell, even when they got last minute, stuff, they're putting it in there. But I don't think he's favoring anybody. So I don't know what lawyers you're talking to, but I don't know. For me, I take what the transcript says as kind of like, okay, this is what's happening, versus I just spoke my eye, versus what the other people are saying. Thank you, Dalibal. Thank you. Let me see. Jeremy got the money sign. No money sign. I don't know, Jeremy. How many accounts you have? Hold up, y'all. Let's see what CNN is saying. Mia says she doesn't remember when she told prosecutors about SA allegations. Well, I felt like we got a timeline. I thought they said that she didn't mention anything until after the second time she met with prosecution. Okay. Mia testified she didn't initially tell prosecutors. That I remember, she said that. And federal investigators about the SA allegations against her former boss. Mia testified that she definitely did not tell them before she had a lawyer. Okay. All right. Again, I don't remember the dates, but I do remember that horrible conversation. So Combs' ex-assistant sent him a birthday text days before Cassie Ventura's lawsuit was made public. What? Hold up. When did she do therapy? Hold up. Now, hold up. Because I remember her saying she did therapy in like June 2024. Cassie's lawsuit dropped when? What? Hold up. When was Cassie's lawsuit? It was in 2023 filed against Diddy. It was like September, I want to say. November, okay? So days before, what does it say? The jury saw a message Mia sent to Diddy Combs for his birthday in 2023. The message included photos of two of them, which Mia posted for Combs' birthday in 2014. She testified she didn't remember sending that message. So she sent Diddy messages. Yes. For those that are like, what? Yeah. The jury saw messages Mia sent Diddy Combs for his birthday in 2023. Combs' ex-assistant sent him a birthday text days before Cassie's lawsuit was made public. She filed her lawsuit in November. Oh, yeah. Oop, yes. Y'all get it? And the plot. La sopa de fideo is cooking, y'all. The soup is cooking. Like, what? That's not what that's not good. I'm sorry. Because she texted him. Now, I will say this, okay? This is why they shouldn't have introduced the essay part, in my opinion, okay? I will say this. Outside of Mia, there are messages between Christina Quorum and HR and all these people about what's happening with Mia. The forced labor part. Okay? So, no, man. We got, okay. All right. Okay. And they are back. Okay, here comes Steele. Let's talk about Princess Party. You said you had no permission to go out there, but you knew many people who knew Mr. Combs would be there. Judge says, rephrase. Did you wear a disguise? No. Any photos of a chase? No. Okay. Steele, you say you and Miss Ventura got on a paddle boat into a storm. Yes. Any recording of this? No. Any note or text to prove it happened? I don't think so. We were on a paddle boat. Did you make it up? No. Oh, Lord. See, I remember when she said that about the paddle boat. Okay. Let me read. You said you had no time with family. Did you ever go to events that with your family and friends sporadically over 8 years, but few and far in between? Weddings, sister and best friend, I believe. Halloween, I don't remember. These are all photos that I'm sure they probably found on social media of her attending events. Mm-mm-mm. Mm, I don't know. Because here's the deal. I think it does matter. I think it wouldn't have mattered if it was, say, like she, in my opinion, this is just my thought. Look, my thoughts aren't law. I'm just giving you my opinion, okay? The closer of a time frame, right? Because if she is saying, this is why I said I don't know why they put this essay stuff in, because this is going to bite her in the ass if they find things like this, right? Like the communication. She said that if she had just communicated about, Kim Porter Pass, and I sent him like a my condolences type of situation, she continuously, up until days before Cassie filed her lawsuit, she continued to contact him. Okay. So, in my opinion, that's like, all right, if I don't know anything about this case, I have to kind of question everything that you've put out there. Are you being honest at this point? Like, I can understand if you worked 8 years with this company and this man you say essayed you. I get this. But the closer in time frame, a couple of days before the Cassie lawsuit was filed, you mean to tell me that you still had contact with them, and then the minute that he called you, you decided to throw your phone because you were so scared? I'm sorry. Like, there's reasonable doubt there. And when did she go to therapy? Not until June 2024? They should not have included the essay. They just shouldn't have. I don't think that that was good on their government side. Uh, okay. But that's just my opinion. You had times with others, right? I had to be in communication 24/7. I was never outside his grip. Outside of the work environment, why couldn't you explain the abuse you say you were experiencing? It was more complicated than that. Okay. What do you think? Maybe she is maybe you're right, Jeremy. Now, are you the good Jeremy or the bad Jeremy? I don't know which one you are. I'm not keeping track. I'm not keeping track. I don't know. Yep. I don't know. I just think that you need to, like, for me, it's like, ooh, okay. You agree with me on that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They shouldn't have done that because now you got this situation. If you're not charging this man with R, or R'ing her, why bring this up here? Like, I know people are saying, well, it speaks to the coercion. There's other factors that could speak to the coercion, not just this. This doesn't look good. It doesn't. That's just my thought, but because it's not part of the charges. That's just my opinion, but okay. All right. So, outside of the work environment, why couldn't you explain the abuse you say you experienced? It's more complicated than that. All right. Steele speaks. Isn't it true that other than the few times Mr. Combs was violent with Miss Ventura, which is never okay, you were comfortable with Mr. Combs? Judge says you'd have to rephrase that. Okay. Steele says you never advised Miss Ventura to leave him. No. That's a tough situation to be in. To tell somebody to leave their person. I know I've done that and it's bitten me in the ass a couple times. But yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. But I mean, it's just my opinion, y'all. That's why I said, yeah, as far as time frame, it does matter. If you're in the jury and you're hearing this, I'm just saying, like, people are going to ask questions. It's the same with Don Richard. There was a lot of questions that were asked, like, why did she do this? Like, it matters. So time frame does matter in this. It would have been different if she just sent him a message here and there, but close enough to the lawsuit. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Steele says, until 2024, you never told anyone you were abuse, unless it was to my privileged therapist. That's true. Could you waive that privilege? Objection. Move on. You joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. Ooh. Tell him. Steele said you joined the Me Too money grab against Mr. Combs. You're out of line, Mr. Combs. Steele, you're out of. Okay. Yes. That's what he said. That now, see, now you know why Steele. Now you know why people are getting the judge is like, his patience is very minimal with Steele at this point. He's out of order. Is he out of order? I don't know. Landing the plane? Well, let me ask the question, because people were in a different, like, what was it? When did she take the stand? Was it Thursday first? People were like in a different area Thursday, and now the scale is kind of going a little bit this way with this one. Let me ask, you guys are entitled to your opinions, okay? Like I said, I'm not blocking for your opinion, as long as you keep it cute and respectful. You guys are entitled to your opinion. The question is, do you find Mia to be credible? Like, do you find, I didn't know this piece about her having like, I do have a problem, I'm be honest with you, about how closely when did she do therapy? When did she come to terms when this happened to her? When did she decide to talk to her therapist about this? This is why they shouldn't have introduced the essay, because these are the questions that are going to be left, and it kind of it muddies the waters, That's how I feel. But we don't know, Yanni. We don't know if the defense would have brought it up. We don't know that. We don't know what strategy. My understanding is that once they open the door, once the witness opens the door to something, that's when it gets brought up. The government opened the door with SA. I'm gonna tell you, the government did not do a good job in their questioning. They should have expected this. They should have expected for this to have gone this way. That's just my opinion, because they're sharing, they're telling you, they're communicating with each other what they have in evidence. So personally, I feel like that the government dropped the ball twice here when it came to Mia. They could have done a better job and they didn't. And I blame them for not being more prepared on this line of questioning, if that makes sense. Okay, hold up. Objection to what? You joined the Me Too movement for a money grab against Mr. Combs. Objection. Steele says you knew Ms. Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Mr. Combs. Mia says it's public, but you speak with Ms. Ventura, never spoke about anything I discussed with the government. How would we know that? Oh, shit. How would we know that? How would we know that? Unpopular on purpose. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. How would we know that? I know. Should she have allowed her therapist to speak? I don't know. Exactly. Why? They must anticipate this. Where was the U.S. Attorney's awareness of social media posts? Thank you for Franny Law. Listen, I'm no lawyer, but Franny Law is one. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, the government dropped the ball on this one. They did not do a good job in their direct examination. They should have anticipated, because they're sharing all these social media posts in their exhibits. They know what they're going to present. They know what they're going to say. Why did you guys? The only thing they did was, did you say I love you to Mr. Combs? Did you? They should have addressed the fact that she, was reaching out to him days before Cassie's lawsuit. They didn't do that. Like, what the hell? They didn't do that. They dropped the ball on this one, guys. And that's why I said they shouldn't have brought up the essay. They opened the door to that. They shouldn't have done that. Anyways, okay, hold up. We have an update. Let me not get too heated. Okay, so how would we know that? Objection from the government, sustained. Let me show you documents. Read it to yourself. And Your Honor, could we have a sidebar? Says Steele, yes. How many sidebars have we had already? How many sidebars have we had already? Let me know, because all these sidebars and no drinks. Oh my God. I don't know, man. I don't know. Exactly. They could be detrimental. Yes. Absolutely, Yanni. I agree with that. I completely agree with what you're saying. I just don't know if that's necessarily if that would be a similarity that I would make to what's happening right now. When that's the question, is like state of mind. When did she determine that this happened? Like, when did she say this happened to me? And like, did she wake up from this after the Cassie lawsuit? And if that's the case, that's fine. That's fine. However, what's not looking good here is that she continued to have, up until Cassie's lawsuit. What if Cassie's lawsuit would have never happened? Would we still have a RICO? Think about it. The only reason, if Diddy had settled this without this going public, I don't know if we would have had a RICO case against Diddy. I don't know if people realize that. Because literally, if he had just given her 30 million, they settled, and that would have been done. There was nothing else. The feds got involved because they got wind of this, and then they started investigating, right? So I have to wonder. I don't know, man. I don't know. Absolutely. Victims take years to talk about this. But I'm just, as an outsider, I have to kind of wonder, like, where do people land with this? If I was a juror and I'm looking at this and I know nothing about victims, victimology, and all this other stuff, and I truly believe in my heart that she is a victim of the things that she says she is. The problem that I have is that her credibility is kind of in question at this point because of the government's lack of preparation and the fact that they weren't anticipating this line of questioning. They're going to have to clean this up in, what is it, redirect or recross, or, you know, when they get on the stand, they're going to have to clean this up. This is not looking good whatsoever. Oh, Judge break? Wait, 10, 11. Is it lunch break? Oh my, really? Oh, man. Lord have mercy. Oh yeah, we're in lunch break. Okay. It's I was like into it. I'm like, no, it's not lunch yet. Damn it, but I gotta eat because then my blood sugar gets very low and then I gotta eat. Or did the feds get involved before the Diddy Ciroc vodka settlement asking for a friend? That's a good question too. When did they get involved? When did they get involved? That is the question. Will we ever know? I don't know. It's time to eat, okay? And stay hydrated, right? Yes, so you're right, and it's not. It's not. But they're using Mia as the I said this before, and I only know this because of the transcripts. They're using Mia as the forced labor victim. I believe it. I believe, based on what I've seen on Diddy as far as how he treats the people that work with him. I mean, this shit was going to catch up to him. People say, well, this is a made for reality TV show. The shit that we were watching back then when he was making the bands and all this other stuff. Yeah. But as a juror, if I know nothing, if I don't have the training that I have, if I know nothing, there's going to be credibility questions that are going to be there. It's the fact. It's a fact. It's just the way in which things are being painted. And you could say it's a lack of people understanding victimology, victims. Very true. But there's some credibility stuff that people have questions about. And I think that's fair to say that, Yep. Another one here. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's my thought on that. Now, hold up. Now I'm hungry. I got to go get some food. Now I'm hungry. I need to know what you guys think so far. So let me do this. I'm going to go heat up my food. Diddy trial. Let's see what everybody's saying so we can get some commentary out there. I don't know, man. What did you guys think? Did you guys hear about what Suge Knight said? Lord have mercy. I'm going to play this. Side, y'all. All right, I'll be back. Hit the like button. I'll be back, or you can hang out in the chat.
I thought it's a Molotov bottle, but you took like a real, what do you call that? Flamethrower. Oh, there he is. There he is.
You're so welcome.
Hey, Brian. How you doing, Mr. B? All right. Okay.
Combs' sex trafficking trial enters a fourth week of testimony as we hear from Suge Knight, Combs' rap rival, whose name has come up often at the trial. Dan Abrams is standing by. We're going to talk to him after Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky gives us this report from the courthouse. Good morning, Aaron.
And good morning to you, George. Long before federal prosecutors put Sean Combs on trial here, his chief hip-hop competitor told us that Combs was known in the industry for some of the very conduct that could now put him in prison.
Can't nobody hold me down. Oh, no.
This morning, as a fourth week of testimony begins in the Sean Combs trial in New York, his West Coast rival and Death Row Records founder Suge Knight is speaking out from behind bars in California, telling ABC News Combs' sexual appetites were an open secret beginning in the 1990s.
Everybody knew that Puffy didn't just pop in the industry and say, hey,
I want to have sex with everybody.
The rivalry between Combs and Knight, notoriously marked by the shooting deaths of Biggie Smalls and Knight's artist Tupac Shakur, has come up at trial. Capricorn Clark became Combs' assistant after working for Knight and testified that on her first day, Combs took her to Central Park. He told me he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight, and if anything happened, he would have to kill me.
A lot of people might say, well, Capricorn could have did anything else she wanted to do. She did try. If you go get a job at Universal and probably make a phone call, you're not getting that job. If you go get a job at a talent agency or in the movie business and probably make that call, your career is over.
Knight has come up during trial at least 50 times. Another former assistant, David James, testified he once spotted Knight at Mel's Diner in Los Angeles and was then forced to accompany Combs, who he said was armed, to confront him.
If there's anything that suggesting that I was doing anything illegal, I'm going to say definitely not.
Knight, who spoke to us from a California prison where he's serving time for a fatal hit and run, expressed some sympathy for Combs.
I don't feel that they should take Puppy and lock him up and throw away the key. I think he can do so much good right now. Him telling the truth about the industry.
And despite their long-standing rivalry, Suge Knight told us he does not hate Sean Combs. Now, a new week of testimony begins here this morning with Combs' former assistant testifying under the pseudonym Mia, back on the witness stand and under cross-examination. Guys?
Okay, Aaron, let's bring in Dan Abrams for more on this. Suge Knight, important witness for prosecutors.
Look, Suge Knight is basically saying at this point, from behind bars, you have to understand there's more context here. He's not the only one who was doing things like that. He's sort of walking a very fine line, suggesting that he should testify, right? Diddy's not going to testify in this case. And I don't know that I would take legal advice from Suge Knight from behind bars right now. But, you know, it is interesting when you look at the context more culturally of the hip hop world to listen to Suge Knight. I think it's less significant with regard to the actual trial.
Well, how successful have prosecutors been in proving racketeering and sex trafficking?
More successful than I thought they were going to be. I mean, when we talked about this early in the case, I was talking about how hard the RICO, the racketeering part was going to be. But you're seeing now witness after witness come forward talking about his employees assisting in this, right? Now you have the enterprise. The enterprise is the people who work for him doing the things he's telling them to do. And then you have potential crime after crime after crime that's being alleged, which is everything from kidnapping and arson to extortion, et cetera. And you were asking me a moment ago, Michael, but, you know, wait a sec. Have they necessarily proved each and every one of these? And that's going to be the question, right? That's going to be the question that has to be addressed is there enough proof to say that there was an arson, for example? It wasn't proved in court. Has it in another case, meaning, so has it been proved here?
And who else does the prosecution then need to put on the stand to prove all of this?
Well, so they have another victim, another critical victim who's going to come forward, an ex-girlfriend of his who's going to testify. And I think, again, you're going to see the same kind of defense that we've seen in each one of these, which is, again and again, it's you came back, you didn't complain at the time, and why would you write all these positive things about him in the meantime? So you're going to see similar defenses throughout with regard to these witnesses.
All right, Dan Abrams, thank you as always, my friend. Appreciate you.
Here's what went down in the Diddy trial this week.
This is the start of the third week of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. The latest witness on the stand today was Diddy's former employee, but it's not clear if she helped or hurt their argument. Our Lisa Evers was in court today. One of Diddy's longtime aides, named Capricorn Clark, was also on this witness stand the whole day. Lisa, so explain who she is and how she was connected to Diddy.
Well, Bianca, Natasha, she did drop a few bombshells, one of them being revealed that before she worked for Diddy, before she started working for Diddy, Capricorn Clark worked for his arch nemesis, his arch rival, Suge Knight of Death Row Records. So her first week on the job with Diddy working at Bad Boy, she says that she was taken into the Central Park and Diddy talked to her, and so did the bodyguard, and basically threatened her that if she betrayed him in any kind of way, that they they would kill her. She also testifies that not soon after she started working for him, she was accused of taking diamond jewelry from this bag that she was entrusted to carry, and that she was subjected to 5 days of being given lie detector tests in a warehouse by a burly man who said that if she failed the lie detector test, she would be thrown in the river. But then one of the other kidnapping attempts or kidnappings that she claimed happened to her is probably much more central to the current case, and that happened in December of 2011. She says Sean Combs came to her place where she was in Los Angeles at gunpoint, forced her into the car, said, "We're going to go over to Kid Cudi's house and kill him." This was after he learned of Cassie Ventura's dating and budding relationship, which really didn't get very far, with Kid Cudi. She says they went over to Kid Cudi's Los Angeles home, that Capricorn Clark waited in the car, that Diddy was inside with the bodyguards. They couldn't find Kid Cudi. She tipped off Kid Cudi that this was happening and that Diddy was threatening to kill him. So he did not, he was diverted. And then when Diddy tried to run out of there, got out of there, they saw that there were police officers rushing to Kid Cudi's house, and then that whole episode was aborted with nobody, thank God, being killed. But the use of force, the threatening with the gun, is very central to this whole case, especially to the racketeering charges and using force and coercion.
Right. So what did we learn from her about Diddy's personality, or even the way that he ran his businesses?
Well, I think it's, you mentioned running his businesses, and that's central to the whole case. It's central to them getting a guilty verdict on the racketeering. They have to show that his business enterprise was actually being used as a criminal enterprise to commit crime. So they really need to get some proof, because, some people are saying, well, the whole Kid Cudi episode, that's circumstantial evidence. We're going to hear tomorrow, according to prosecutors, from an LA fire department investigator, presumably about that arson on the Kid Cudi's vehicle, and then also from a Los Angeles police officer. Now, Kid Cudi testified last week that his first instinct after he saw what had happened to his car was to call Diddy and really have it out with him. Then he said he calmed himself down. Instead, he called LAPD, but he said that they really didn't seem to be following up. Now, we'll find out if there was any physical evidence. That's going to be a key thing here, and to closing that circle about Diddy with the alleged firebombing of Kid Cudi's car.
To another dramatic day in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. It had everything from a failed push for a mistrial from the defense to a celebrity stylist testifying about the bruises he saw on Cassie Ventura. Fox 8's Sharon Crowley is here with the latest. Sharon?
2 weeks in already. In a significant develop today, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyer is moving for a mistrial. They accuse prosecutors of trying to suggest that the music mogul had evidence linked to an arson incident destroyed. The judge quickly denying that bid and asking jurors to disregard testimony from a fire investigator. Rapper Kid Cudi testified last week. He believed that Combs was involved in two incidents. First, a break-in at his LA home, and a fire set inside his Porsche. Combs has denied being involved. An LAPD officer testifying that he saw a car near Cudi's house on the day of the break-in that was registered to Diddy's production company.
About 8 months after the firebombing of Kid Cudi's car, that the fingerprints that were recovered, the record of that was destroyed. So the concern from the defense was, well, you're just kind of assuming or alluding to the fact that it may have been Combs, who has long arms, to infiltrate law enforcement and destroy it. And they objected to that. And that's when the judge said, no, we can proceed, but jury, disregard what was said.
Well, prosecutors also questioned a former employee who claims Diddy forced himself on her sexually. She is using the alias Mia. The jury also hearing from stylist Deontay Nash, who worked with Diddy and Cassie Ventura. He says he helped Cassie hide from an enraged Combs. He also testified he saw Combs, quote, attack Cassie, hitting and kicking her until he said he saw blood and just panicked.
You have to look at Cassie, because she's the one who says, about the being forced and the coercion and the abuse that in and of itself may not be the crime, but builds up to the structure and the forced coercion and fraud for the trafficking.
And in another development, we learned today that Cassie gave birth to her third child in a New York hospital Tuesday. She, of course, is the prosecution's star witness, and she finished testifying, as you'll recall, earlier this month while visibly pregnant during some pretty emotional days on the stand. Now, Cassie testified about being beaten and raped by Combs, a man she said she once loved. Diddy has pled not guilty to all the charges, and his lawyers say that all encounters were consensual.
Well, it was another day of emotional testimony at the Sean Diddy Combs trial.
A former assistant identified only as Mia told jurors harrowing details about her time working for Combs, including claims of sexual assault. Fox 8's Lisa Evers joins us now from Lower Manhattan. Lisa, tell us more about what Mia had to say.
Well, Natasha and Bianca, very disturbing testimony by this ex-assistant of Diddy. She worked for him for a little bit over a decade, identified by the, by the name Mia in court, a pseudonym that she's using for her own security and privacy. Now, what she testified was to being a witness to more abuse by Diddy, more abuse of Cassie from Diddy, and also talking about what happened to her specifically, which was multiple times of sexual assaults by Diddy. She talked about one incident in particular where she was living in his house because he liked his assistance as in the house with him 24/7. She was in a bedroom. He told her that was her bedroom. He told her nobody locks the doors in my house. So she's asleep in an unlocked bedroom. She said she woke up in the middle of the night to feel a heavy weight on her, and it turned out to be Diddy, that he then proceeded to unzip his pants and then sexually assault her right there. Now, what was even more heartbreaking with this very disturbing story was that she said that she did not feel that she could call the police. She did not feel that calling the police in that situation was an option. And then the prosecutor asked her, because she is a prosecution witness, the prosecutor asked her, did you tell him no? And she said she did not tell him no, because she was afraid that if she did tell him live, that her life would basically be over in terms of her career and any future that she had. So she really felt like there were no options for her at this point. And then, she was in this situation for a number of times, and then also talking about what happened with, that she witnessed with Cassie, which was very, very sad, Natasha and Bianca.
All right, Lisa, let us know what is going on tomorrow, though, in this case.
Well, tomorrow she's going to be back on the stand. Tomorrow she's going to be subject to cross-examination. I'm sure there will be a lot coming from the attorneys for Diddy. What they are trying to prove is that everything is about consent, and that everybody involved in this case consented to whatever he did. A tough one to prove, but that's what they're going to aim to prove.
More shocking testimony today in the federal sex trafficking trial against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs.
Fox 5's Richard G. Kovas live outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan with a break of today's twists and turns. Richard.
Steve and Natasha, the drama continues as the third week of testimony in this trial has officially wrapped up, with Sean Combs' former assistant, a female assistant, finishing her cross-examination today on the stand, saying that a certain brain, her trauma brain, wins over her logic brain. Her words today. The former female assistant testifying under the pseudonym Mia has claimed she was physically and sexually abused by Combs. Today, Mia answered questions as to why she worked for Combs for so long and why she did things like make scrapbooks for his birthday despite the alleged abuse. Mia saying, I was young and manipulated and eager to survive. I'm unraveling a lot of this now in therapy. She also said she thought making Combs a scrapbook would make him happy. The assistant, who worked under Combs for 8 years, has testified that she was sexually assaulted by the rapper just a few months into her employment and multiple times throughout the years she worked for him. The defense attorney suggesting at least 3 times today that Mia was making up the sexual assault allegations, asking her, Mr. Combs never had unwanted, non-consensual, forcible sexual contact with you. Isn't that true? Mia answers, what I said in this courtroom is true. I have not lied to anyone at all. Mia will be back on the stand for more cross-examination on Monday morning. Meanwhile, making headlines outside of the courtroom today, President Donald Trump, who was asked by reporters in the Oval Office if he would ever consider pardoning Sean Diddy Combs, a former friend, he says, of his, the president saying he would have to look at the facts.
They're explicit, X-rated, and unsettling to many. Diddy's freak-offs, as alleged by prosecutors, are described as elaborate sex marathons. Joining us now.
Hey, everybody. I'm just getting things situated. Give me one sec. Everybody good? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. And I'm eating too. So, shout out to everybody in the chat. Are y'all good? Let me know. Okay. Oh, that we've already seen that. Suge Knight is really trying to make a name for himself at this point, isn't he? I would say so. That's just my thought on that. People are really saying some things now. Diddy trial. Just pulling it up. Okay. Let's see. P. Diddy on trial. Death threats, social freaky posts. No sleep. Okay, that is. I can't use law and crime because they will definitely. I heard that they be getting people. Hold up. Let's see. Who is this? Newsweek? That's a short. Damn. Okay. There's more Suge Knight. Suge Knight is everywhere. Everywhere. Guys, why is Suge Knight everywhere? He's everywhere. Right now, he's speaking on it. It's a lot of questions. Nobody's talking about Shannon Sharp anymore. I'll say that. Everybody's quiet about that. I'll say that much. Suge Knight is not being talked about. Let me see. Oh my gosh. 3 days. Who is this? Diddy's assistant speaks 60 minutes. Let's see. So much being said 4 days ago. It's a lot of information that's coming about, y'all. Like, it's like all at once too, and I think that's part of the issue. Roland Martin is outside too. Oh my God. Everybody's still talking about this, like Suge Knight.
Fourth week of testimony as we hear from Suge Knight, Combs' rap rival, whose name has come up often at the trial. Dan Abrams is standing by. We're going to talk to him after Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky gives us this report from the courthouse. Good morning, Aaron.
Hold up.
When I was in college, many, many years ago, there was a student at the school who was real good friends of mine. Her name was Barbara Brocky. Barbara, when she graduated, she became...
I don't know why. Why are you talking about that? Who cares?
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Intercity Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Monday, June 2nd, 2025. We're heading in for day 14 of testimony in U.S. versus Sean Combs. Mia, that's a pseudonym, former assistant, and then actually co-founder of Revolt Films in Combs Enterprises, will still be on the stand under cross-examination by Brian Steele. Now, when last we broadcasted on Friday, Steele was blasting away using previous Instagram posts by Mia to say, wait a second, if you said you were assaulted, why were you still praising him? Her explanation is that she worked there and these were part of her job and she was traumatized. Now, there's a dispute about posting birthday greetings, apparently very enthusiastic she did to Combs, that she didn't post. And they're going to say, well, you see, you can't say this was posting just to promote the company. This was a private thing. We're going to find out, I think, in a few short moments whether this will be shown to the jury. Whether it could be a tempest in a teapot, we'll have to see. Now, going forward in the day, they've said, there's a guy called Enrique Santos, there's a man named Eddie Garcia, who will be, the prosecutors say, invoking his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. He'll get an immunity deal outside of the presence of the jury and then be testifying under subpoena. There's also going to be a custodian of hotel records and a guy to speak about videos and, I guess, authenticating videos. The week will proceed, and we're all over it. We're all over it. Now, there's been some controversy. On Friday, we put out a book, week 3, in part because people are making absurd misuses of saying Intercity Press reported that Brad Pitt testified. No.
What?
There was a mention.
What? Wait, what? When did Inner City Press say that Brad Pitt testified? Inner City Press said that there was a movie that Cassie went to a premiere. I think it was called like something about I forgot the name of the damn movie. But he never said he never testified. He never testified. He said that Cassie went to a premiere. It was a Brad Pitt movie premiere. But what? What? This is so weird. This is why it's important to, I swear.
No. There was a mention, so I'm thinking it's AI, because there was a mention of Brad Pitt. They were at some premiere of a Brad Pitt film in Cannes. And so maybe it's just an algorithm to pick up names from the trial and then purport that people testified. In any event, you can find it on Google Play. It's Diddy on Trial Week 3, From Capricorn to Mia. But I digress. At the end of that book, we mentioned what happened on Friday in the Oval Office, which Trump was asked about potentially pardoning Diddy. And he said, you have to look at the facts. He went into a kind of a what do they call it? Yeah, there's a word for it. And he returned to say he doesn't care if somebody supports him or not. He looks to see if they were treated unfairly. And I will, for those who say that it's a misreport to say that he's open to it, there was a pardon last week to a Cincinnati politician who's a Democrat, never supported Republicans at all. So I don't take it as you may. In any case, it's a thing that's out there. And this now connects to these two crypto cases here in SDNY. One is called Samurai. Samurai was the company, and Rodriguez is the defendant. And the other one is Roman Storm and Tornado Cash. Now, you'd think that these cases would be dropped, not just because of the administration's position on crypto, but because there's a FinCEN memo saying that what they did may not be illegal. But that's not the Tornado Cash.
All right, moving on.
I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He'd probably be more happy in prison than in the streets, because at least in prison, he can get all the baby oil he wants.
What? We Googled this. We did Google this. It was said that baby oil is considered a commissary item. It's a hygiene item. You can get all the baby oil that you want behind bars. Yes. He's not lying about that. No, he's not.
Rappers in 91. In 95, I took a plea deal. But along that journey, David Kenner introduced me to the DA called Larry Longo. Larry Longo and David Kenner, I paid Johnny Cochran close to $1 million. I think it was. David Kenner, $1 million. And they say, take the deal. It won't be no strikes, and it won't be no felonies. So Johnny Cochran wrote in and told them, this illegal sentence, make sure they go in and fix it and don't give me a strike. All that's on paperwork, and all that I filed as a habeas. But the DA got fired. David Kenner got blessed. The DE got blessed. And I ended up with extra time on this sentence because my sentence carried 2, 6, and 11. They double me up for a strike I didn't have. So that goes to show you they can use things against you to cost you more time. They let Bill Cosby go because the fact that he's had an agreement verbally. Mine is in writing by my attorney, Howard Price. It says that I don't supposed to have no strikes. And they still haven't granted that to me. But the sad thing about all this, regardless it's Puffy, regardless it's Easy, regardless it's me, and it was just a situation where when you create something so big and bigger than life, people want to take it from you.
All right.
And if they can't,
okay, I need him to hurry up. Okay, it's not about you, but let's go.
If the FBI says it's a price on your head, they want to kill you. So when somebody tries to kill you and you get away, how did I end up in prison? But the most important thing about this, they denied me to go. They wouldn't let me go per. But David Kenner, my attorney, did the most crookedest thing on record that you can possibly do. And this is a guy who's getting They tried to disbar me 24, 25, 21, and they never reported that to the courts or to me. But past that, the situation is this. A lot of crooked cops got involved in hip hop. Those same crooked cops, I felt that cost me my freedom, cost Puffy his freedom for now,
What?
cost a lot of people.
Land the plane. No. Let's go.
Well, first of all, I got a bullet still today, a 45 bullet an inch to my skull. You can look at my medical records and see the x-rays and see it's in my skull. They didn't remove it because they said if it would have went another inch, either I'd have been a vegetable or dead. Now, as far as what they say Puffy did and didn't do, just the facts. The facts of the matter is this. It's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr. who was over security. He didn't work
They literally put Reggie's big head right there. They could have put a better picture up. Come on now, Piers.
directly for death row, but he had a security company called Right Way Security, who did security for death row with off-duty police officers or guys with a CCW. Everybody knows when we go to a fight in Vegas, we're going to be at the Tyson fight, or we're going to be at my club they call Club 662. You can go to that club and you'll see Mary J. Blige perform, Jodeci performs, Tupac performs, Snoop and the Dogg Pound, Andre. I mean, unbelievable talent in one place. That night was going to be Run DMC East Coast night. Reggie Wright Jr. told the security they can't carry firearms. The sad thing about that, Pac hated Reggie Wright Jr., so he had fired him before any of that. I don't know the right date, but I'm quite sure it was. It's paperwork that shows it. But the crazy thing about that, it was a bodyguard named Frank Alexander. Pac hated Frank. He was cool at first, but towards the end, he hated Frank because Frank always wanted to get into pictures with Tupac. And Tupac was very militant, so he was like, man, I don't want a bodyguard taking pictures with me. How is he watching my back if he getting himself in the pictures? So I hired a guy named Michael Moore and told him to bring another off-duty police officer because they kept their gun and they was real aggressive by protecting Tupac. So on the way to the fight, Reggie Wright Jr. tell Michael Moore he can't carry his weapon when he's doing bodyguard work for Tupac. Michael Moore said, well, I'm going back to the hotel. If I can't carry my gun, I can't protect myself or Tupac, so I'm not going. So Reggie Wright Jr., who nicknamed that Pac gave him,
Oh my God, this is like a bedtime story. Can we just, this would be like, put me to sleep. Like, can we just get to, like, okay, can we just get to the point now? Hurry up. Let me speed you up while we wait for everybody to get going in court. Because we got,
So Parkwood goes and says, Frank, you can go, but you can't bring your gun. Now, everyone knows you can't be a bodyguard without a gun. So after the fight, we come from the fight. Tupac got into it with another guy. It was a big fight. After that fight, after we stopped at a few places, we go to my house. I told Frank, I told all the security, I told everyone. Pac just beat up a well-known gamer. Send 4 or 5 guys extra to the house to escort Tupac to the club. Reggie Wright Jr. refused to send the security guys, refused to show up.
Look at Pierre.
That wasn't a coincidence.
He's like, can we just get to the fucking point? Okay, come on, let's go. Okay.
He was watching at his house. Snoop came over to watch the fight. Snoop had a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies, he only got this walkie-talkie that I bought for security and the principal that security doing security with. And they worked on all the West Coast. So if you're an artist and you go into the mall or you're going somewhere, they have a walkie-talkie, security have a walkie-talkie. If you're not going to an event with any of the security details, you don't have a walkie-talkie.
because I didn't buy that many because I wanted to be exclusive to hand them out who was needed.
Does the walkie-talkie have a name? Oh my God. Yeah. By the time we get done, no. Don't listen to Suge after you eat. Let me.
No walkie-talkie.
Walkie-talkie.
So
then.
that being said, David Kenneth goes and says, Suge, I never had a walkie-talkie. I would never have a walkie-talkie. Would I need one for it? Never. So I'm saying, wow, he's so bent out of shape, but I was joking about it, right? I said, you never had a walkie-talkie? He said, that's not me talking on a walkie-talkie. I never said he was talking on a walkie-talkie. So that raised red flags. Didn't think that much about it. So Kenner had sent some of my boxes and files to another attorney. And another attorney got them, right? At the time, he wanted the boxes back. That didn't make sense. So when we discovered a walkie-talkie in the boxes, nobody puts something in the box that they're going through the exact same way.
You're right, right.
So the walkie-talkie, my guess, probably was in one box. And when they looked at everything and reading through everything, and it was asking me about this walkie-talkie, they had put it in another box. Guy named
this is Pierce Morgan's poker face. He's like, what the who are let me fire my producer for arranging this freaking phone call. What is going on here? The walkie-talkie and then I'm like, where are we going? It's everybody else's fault but Suge. That's what it is. Moral of a story, it's everybody else's fault. That's what it is. Oh, Lord have mercy. They're posting this girl. It's everybody else. Did y'all pick that? It's everybody else but yeah.
And Steve that works for Kenner.
An innocent man is behind bars and his name is Suge Knight.
Went and grabbed the boxes from another lawyer he has it. Went and stole the wrong boxes that the walkie-talkie was in, but we still got the walkie-talkie. I said, send me a picture of it. So on my tablet, they can send photos, so they sent me a photo of the walkie-talkie. It blew me away. One part of me, it made my blood boil. Another part of me, I just seen Tupac face flash all in my mind. I see these motherfuckers involved with the assassination. So I tell Kenner about it. I said, David Kenner, you said you didn't have a walkie-talkie. Now you had one. So after that, our relationship after 30-some years went cold. He went and told the judges. He started trying to pull off my case. He tried to sabotage my case. He did, and everything I'm telling you about is the proof.
So ultimately, Suge, look, it's fascinating stuff because I remember this all happening in real time. So it's fascinating just to hear you talk it all through in this way. It's like a sort of murder mystery.
He's been talking for 16 minutes about, and so much of this has been the walkie-talkie. Hold up. Do we get away? If he says the walkie-talkie one more time, we're done.
But Ray J and Puffy, that were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to,
he said Ray J and Puffy were lovers? Hold up. Say what again? Hold up. What?
I'm not here to bring a person down in hip hop. The culture of hip hop is so important, and it was so powerful. It could have been done so great. But I still stand behind what I stand behind. I mean, these.
No, but look, I'm going to come to Diddy's case, which I know you have a view about, where you think he should walk, and many people. I interviewed Ray J. He said the same thing. But obviously, you've just revealed a very fascinating moment where you confront P. Diddy in a club when he's known as Puffy at the time, and you basically tell him he's got a lot of explaining to do about the murder of Tupac and the attempted murder of you. I mean, that's a dramatic encounter.
Yeah, it's a big world, but it's a small circle. Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. And Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to, to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. It's just.
Ray J.
To me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from
just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. All right.
But ultimately, Shug, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
I believe that I'm putting it to you like this. When you take Death Row, you take Bad Boy. Puffy and I was friends. When Puffy would come to LA, I could pick him up from the airport a lot of times. We'd hang out. If I do a event in New York, Puffy then came to my event and DJ the whole night for free. So you can't say we wasn't friends. But later on, right, people from Death Row and people from Bad Boy, regardless of their securities or not, they remain friends. And I didn't tell my people, you shouldn't. I'm quite sure Puffy didn't tell his people they shouldn't. I don't think. I'm not in his head. But I do know this. We was going to an event, the Soul Train Awards. When we was going to the Soul Train Awards, me and Pac was in one car. We had a bus and a whole bunch of more cars. It probably was 100 deep. But everybody had tickets. Reggie Wright Jr., who's head of security for us, called Bad Boy people and the police who's doing security for the Soul Train Awards and said, hey,
Oh my
only
God.
let Suge Knight and Tupac in because they got almost 100 guys with them. You don't want no problems. So eventually, our guys had to bust past the police. He wanted me and Tupac to go in there and fight all those guys by ourselves. They even pulled guns, right? But our guys came in, and that's what happened, right? When you look at that situation, and you look at it's a guy named Gene who does security for Puffy.
Oh,
I know what the recordings say, what people say, and what the proof is. What Reggie Wright Jr. says. By the way, I always say this because he liked me to call him Pork Butt because he happy about that because that's the name Pac gave him. What Pork Butt says is that Bad Boy guys called Reggie Wright Jr. to hire him to do security for Biggie and Puffy and them. I don't know what time it was. I was in county jail that Biggie got shot and later died. And I was trying to figure out how is it, why would they call Reggie Wright Jr. when he worked for us? And more importantly, why is Gene and Reggie Wright Jr., according to Reggie Wright Jr. own words, that they still friends? I know that Reggie Wright Sr. is higher up in the sheriff. I mean, he might have been a lieutenant.
Has anybody told you that Diddy was involved?
I'm not even throwing nobody in the bus, but you know.
I'm not asking you to name them. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying. I'm not asking you for a name.
This is the thing. They said that. TPD said that. It's a check says that. But at the same time, like I said before, this is what you got to really understand. They took Reggie Wright Sr., who's over the gang, you know, Compton better than anyone, off the case basically because they said his son was involved in the assassination of Tupac and me and get shot. And Frank Alexander, in tears, told me that these people was all involved. And that's why he did not perform the way he was supposed to perform. And if you really look at the other situation, he got interviewed by the grand jury, Frank Alexander. And he lied to him at first. He said everything started over a chain, which is a lie. He says when we walked into the MGM, Orlando Anderson tried to snatch Tupac chain. So the next second day he go to get interviewed. He said, I got to clear up something I lied the other day. He said, why'd you lie? He said, Reggie Wright Jr.
We're about to
told me to say.
Okay, shut up. Listen, I believe about 45%, 30% of what Suge Knight says. I don't believe everything that he says. So, yeah, that's what I got to say. That's where we're going to leave it at, okay? And we're back. And we're back. Get it together. Hurry up. Hurry up, okay? I don't believe everything that he says at all. Hold up. I feel like somebody was at my door. All right. Okay, I think we're back. Order in the court. We got it together. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay, so they're back. Mr. Steele, you may proceed. Okay. So, Mia, were you able to review over the break? I think that's what they've not bred, but break some of your interviews with the prosecutor. Yes. And you didn't mention essay until June 2024. I don't remember the dates. Okay. Okay. She doesn't remember the dates. That's what she's saying. Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer, yes, I see your messages. They're coming through. Hey, you know what I noticed is I don't see the rankings that people say that they got from their, like, I guess YouTube has like rankings now on people's chats. I don't see them. Y'all see them? Because I don't. I don't see them at all, actually. Yeah, I don't see them. Where is that at? Community leadership. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Maybe. That sucks. I am a branded channel. I don't even know what that, when I did that, I wasn't even sure what I did when it did that. So I wish I didn't know. Rabbit's still on lunch? Yeah, I'm still eating. I am still eating. And snacking. You need to enable it on your end? I'll have to check it out. There's a lot of stuff I can't do because of the branding. What is it called? Community leadership. We're waiting for an update. Leadership board, YouTube. See what it says. Nothing. Okay, so defense resumes cross-examination of Mia as jury returns. I honestly don't think they're going to get done with Mia. I honestly think that Mia's going to be an all-day thing. You said you wish that they're going to get on with it. Wendy, she might be on all day. I honestly think she's going to be on all day, y'all. I don't think they're going to get done with her. I'll check. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to ask Danny. I didn't know she knew. I'll have to follow up with her. Hold up, what? No update yet. Are you? I think a lot of people are kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with Mia and stuff like that. I'll have to contact YouTube. Sometimes YouTube does me wrong. They don't like me. Okay, do we have an update? I think we do. All right. Here it is. So they're asking her again about June. Okay, so that is when I guess she first reported the essay. And then she says, Steele says, "Did you give all your material to the government?" Mia says, "I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. Look at this one. Oh, shit. I'm scared. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Did they give everything to the government? Oh, man. You say Steele's trying to trip up Mia, asking her questions about the same questions over and over. So you said Steele's just getting started. Interesting. He's spinning his wheel. I'm way too competitive, says Chen. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Where are we at? Where are we going with this? Look at this one. This is where we left off. Now, Washington Post says, we have Janice Combs in the courtroom with who? I don't know who this lady is. Let me just show you some pictures while we wait for some updates. Hopefully you guys can see those. Washington Post, Janice Combs. Here it is, Quincy. Okay, and then it looks like behind is Justin. Okay. Give you guys an idea of what is happening. We're not there. No update yet. Let's see. Suge Knight, and even you could tell that Pierce doesn't even have patience for Suge Knight. He doesn't have patience for his long-winded stories. He's like, I don't got, like, hurry up, hurry up. We don't have time for this. We don't got time for this. Okay. No update yet. I believe that assistant or caregiver. You said hard-boiled egg, butter, and baby oil enters the chat? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I would agree with this part. That's why I said the government dropped the ball. I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. They dropped the ball when it came to Mia. They did. Hold up, y'all. I got to get something real quick. Give me one sec while we're still waiting on updates. Okay. Do we have an update yet? Okay, Just one. Mute this real quick. All right. Steele, in these notes, did you raise abuse to the prosecutors? Objection. Improper refreshment? Judge says overruled. What is improper refreshment? Did you raise it in January 2024? Definitely not in the first meeting. Okay, so she never brought it up when she met with the prosecutors. She met with the prosecutors over 27 times, guys. So how many times did she meet with the prosecutors between the time frame? That's the question. You know what I mean? Let me know. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Thank you. Okay, to me, damn victims of abuse, groom. Be careful with those questions, Rabbit. The chat will turn on you. Why would they turn on me? I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not worried about that at all, actually. At all. It's not what I'm worried about. Live now. Y'all are entitled. I've always carried my opinion, whether the chat agrees with me or not. There's been times where nobody agrees with me, and there's been times where everybody agrees with me, and that's okay. Y'all are entitled to your opinion. I'm not here to sway one way or another. I mean, back from lunch. Okay. Thank you. You know, we may not agree, but you guys are entitled to your opinions. I'm not here to let you know otherwise. And at the end of the day, we're not the judge or the jury. They're the ones, that's on them. Just giving open commentary and opinion about what's happening. That's it. Even during portions of testimony, trial attendees have remained engaged, if not invested. Riding the elevators to the courtrooms on the 26th floor of the federal courthouse, a woman wore a wristband that said "not guilty." She flipped the wristband inside out while asked by the reporter about it. What? Oh my God. This is talking about the people out there. She wore a wristband that said "not guilty." Oh man, oh man. That's funny. You said the prosecution is saying the defense is putting words in Mia's mouth. They really don't want her speaking on this anymore. I don't think that they are putting words. If anything, the prosecution really, like I'm telling you, they dropped it on this one. They didn't prepare her. They thought that this was going to be, oh, we have her. She's just a forced labor trafficking victim, which could very well be the case, but they fumbled here on this one big time. They didn't anticipate that, and they have a lot of cleanup to do. I don't think Mia's gonna get done today, guys, honestly, because it would be, first of all, it would be stupid for them to let the prosecution do what they have to do. And like he's already been 3 hours now on the stand with her, and we just got done with lunch. We have 2 more hours. They have dropped the ball. The government dropped the ball on this one. They did. This wasn't good, and they could have avoided this. They could have been better prepared for this. They should have known. They should have known the level of questioning that this lady was going to go through. They should have known, and they didn't. I don't know. I don't think they cared enough, in my opinion. Okay, definitely not in the first meeting. I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting. And in the next document that you just reviewed, judge says, just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. No, not to the specifics, Mia says. Ugh. We only getting little bit. No update. No update. Steele has been on one today. Steele has been on one today. Look at this. Do you feel that Mia is credible? 66% said yes. It's a good portion of people that believe that she's credible. 34% said no. Okay. Guys, support the channel. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. I'd appreciate it. Please, 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 please support the channel. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. There still be a recross. Yes, there should be. But at this point, I'm like, I don't know how you recover from all of this at all. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that, it's kind of hard to undo once it's done, if that makes sense. That's just my thought on that. I don't know. I don't think so. The 5. I don't. I mean, they should try, but I don't think they can. It doesn't look like it to me. I mean, what do you think? You think they can rehabilitate her testimony? I don't know. And that he gets to recross too if he wants to. Yeah. So it honestly, there's been a couple of them. Like, I don't think that they did a good job in the Kid Cudi situation. They didn't do a good job there. I should grab my chapstick. Let me run and get my chapstick. They didn't do a good job in the Kid Cudi situation as well. They kind of fumbled on that one too. Hold up. Okay, so just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. Mia says, no, not the specifics. Theo says, you never mentioned essayed until you hired a lawyer. Shauna Crowley? Isn't that Danny Masterson's lawyer? She hired Shauna Crowley? I have no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation. You intend to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money? No, says Mia. Okay. I want to say it's the same one, right? No, this is a different one. Who is this? I'm thinking of a different lawyer. I'm sorry. She's a litigator, that's for sure. Her name is Shauna Crowley. But I don't know if it's the same one. It's not the one for Danny Masterson. It's a different one. I think she should try to save herself moving forward with I don't remember, testify. Well, that's been her it's a different lawyer. That's been her response to a lot of this. She doesn't remember a lot. She said so herself. She doesn't remember. Okay, do we have an update? Yes. Who have you worked for since? Madonna? For how long? 8 months from April 2019? When did that Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job? So she worked for I thought she wasn't unemployed. Didn't she say she couldn't find employment? So she found employment working with her Madonna? I thought she said she was unemployed. Where's this transcript? She says she was unemployed. Am I wrong? That's what I remember her saying. She did. She said she couldn't find employment and she was unemployed or something like that. I'll have to look. Okay. So Combs didn't help her find the job. She said, absolutely not. So you were not blacklisted. No. No retribution. He took away the TV show, the credits I was promised. You told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? I did. You were let go for drinking? No. Oh, blurred lines. Oh my God. Y'all in the chat. Hard time keeping employment, right? Something to that effect. It was let me see. Unemployment. I'm trying to find the keywords if I find them. I don't see them. I'll have to look. So she's currently unemployed because she suffers. This is where the thank you that she's been through, right? But did that happen right? I guess I'm confused. So she got a job with Madonna? Hold up. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. I found it. And I'll quote her what she said, okay? So was she let go for drinking? Or like Diddy Talk had said, I thought she was let go because Revolt Films shut down. Which one is it? All right. We're about to wrap up, Mia. This is what happened. We have talked a lot about your employment, okay? Have you tried to work since leaving Mr. Combs? Objection? Yes. That's overruled. Could you repeat the answer? Yes. How did that turn out? I haven't been able to do it because I suffer from complex like severe PTSD. Straight out of the Here you go. Here you go. She said, they asked her, have you been able to find employment? She said, no, she suffers from severe PTSD. Okay. You remember Miss Ventura's video called Official Girl? Yes. And King of Hearts and her song with Nicki Minaj, The Boys? Yes. And Nicki Minaj is well known? Yes. Okay. We're waiting for an update. I'm going to show you guys. This is what she said. Okay. She said, this is her words. All right. So how's she working for Madonna? How's this going? We are about to wrap up, Mia. We have talked a lot about your employer. Okay. Have you tried to work since leaving Mr. Combs? Objection. Yes, she responds. The court says is overruled. You can repeat your answer. Yes. How has that turned out? I haven't been able to do it since I suffer from complex like severe PTSD. This is, I'm sorry. If you're working for Madonna, like who did Franny Law said you get a tick working for that lady. You're kidding me, right? Maybe that's why she only worked for 8 months. There you go. But she said she hadn't worked, so I didn't know she worked for Madonna up until now. Oh my God. Nicki Minaj enters the chat. Right, guys. This is like, oh no. You took it as, is she able to keep employment? Right? Be happy. Thank you for this $4.99. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. You said she tried to do it, but she couldn't do it. She worked almost a year. That should have been said. That should have been said, and that wasn't. The government didn't do a good job finessing that. The government didn't do a good job finessing that part. Okay? They should have said, she could have clarified her question like, it's been hard for me to work. I have severe PTSD. That's when Brian Steele basically objected and said that that was a medical diagnosis. Then after that, she says, okay, Mia, without referring to any particular diagnosis, just based on what you've experienced, why have you not been able to hold a job? Why have you not been able to hold a job? This is what she testified to. She could have said, well, I do work now, but back then, no. I would have to leave because I would be triggered by really normal situations with overwhelming sense of fear. How long did she work for Madonna? Okay. She said she would misinterpret emails, trying to explain things, things like that. And she would triple guess herself. And she said, they asked, well, who's the person that cost you this? Puff. You said she's a mentirosa? You think so? But like, this is, I don't know if I necessarily, I think this is all like, the government should have done a better job in this. They did not lay this out. 8 months for Madonna in 2019? I don't know. Did they say? That's as long as she worked for Mike Myers? Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hope you're hitting that like button. Thank you. Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. Okay, so she was asked, and Nicki Minaj is well known, yes. And Miss Ventura did the song Numb with Rick Ross. She did. And I love it. Was fabulous, yes. And do you remember Miss Ventura being in studio Kid Cudi? I don't remember the specifics. And Mr. Combs himself, yes. Where are we going with this? Can we just hurry up? I don't know, man. Well, that's there's a lot. Wait, was forced labor with Madonna? Madonna's something else, man. I don't know. This questioning is tough as someone who suffers from CPTSD. I feel like she's probably getting severely triggered and starting to shut down, says Nicole. Like I said, the government didn't do anything much to help her out here. It's actually been reported that Madonna is a professional boss who respects talent and hard work. Good. That's good. Let's see. I don't know, man. Diddy wants to party with Fab. Let's see. Because she worked for Diddy and then Madonna, then my Naomi Campbell, then the brush throwing senator. Franny Law. Yeah. Excuses. Literally, y'all have an excuse for everything that comes out of her mouth that fits a narrative. What? Don't say that. What excuse have I given? What excuse did I do? Come on now, keep it cute. Let me know. You say, yeah, not Naomi Campbell. Naomi Campbell hasn't thrown cell phones since what? The late, 2000? Later 2000? The 2000s. That's when Naomi Campbell started throwing cell phones. I think she's done throwing cell phones. We're still waiting. Oh, man. Okay. So, okay, here's more detail. So, Mia testified that she worked for the music icon Madonna for about 8 months after she stopped working for Sean Diddy Combs in 2017. So, right after, it sounds like, after the time Mia said that she did not think Combs had blacklisted her. Sounds like she could have left her job. She wasn't blacklisted, I guess. I don't know. I mean, especially given the fact that she left and then demanded money. I mean, and rightfully so, because she, in my opinion, based on what's been put out there, she needed to be compensated. She wasn't compensated. Did she last with Madonna very long? I don't know. I mean, why, working with another icon, I guess I would have stayed with Madonna, but I don't know. But yeah, we also have to remember Mia's not on trial. She's a witness. That's true. Very true. Yes. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Steele says, the TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about? My experience. How a person from a small town dealt with the person such as Mr. Combs. A comedic version. Ah, okay. So the Steele asks, the TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about? My experience. And then Steele reads, how a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs, a comedic version. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, okay, where are we going with this? Can we get somewhere? Deb, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Deb. Yeah, black and brown. She, and you can't, I know people want to like forget this, but I agree with you on that, black and brown. Like, we have to kind of keep in mind. He says, it's just the way she put on the lip gloss on the video. Did you see the video, Franny Law? I haven't seen it. Was what? Oh, the birthday one? Oh, yeah, they send it to me. Something not right here. Something not right on the video. Franny Law, what do you think? You saw the video, Fran? See, Franny, I want to, listen, when we got lawyers in the chat, Franny, I'm curious to know what you think about that video. You said something about the way that she put on the lip gloss. What was that one girl who did the lip gloss song that was very popular back in the day? Why I could see her face and I'm forgetting her name. Why can't I remember her name? She had a very like popular lip gloss song. Yeah. You're disturbed by the fact that they would create a comedic version of what's happening. Okay, hold up. Mia says a comedic version. What other films do you work on? Dope, Lawless, Undefeated. You enjoy the projects? Yes. And you call the people a second family? We all called it that. Okay. All right. Oh, Lord, that looks good. Okay. Little Mama, yes. I was like, I can think of the beat, but I can't think of her name. Anyways. It's very different. Well, I'm just curious. What did she? Oh my God. Sorry, I'm like reading some of these comments. Yeah, at the very end on that video with the lip gloss, it's a little too much. Somebody said, "Come on, Steele, stop stalling next witness." But I don't know what else we getting here. I think he kind of like. Is there more? He kind of like. What else is there? Speaking of, I gotta get my lips are dry. I gotta go get something for them. Hold up. I don't understand what this has to do with the criminal charges. That's what I'm saying. It's like, can we get on with it? Can we get on with it? Hold up, y'all. Okay. Steele says, you thought Mr. Combs was a genius at the time. You wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right? I wanted to continue following my dream. Oh. Okay. She wanted to continue following her dream. Oh, no, it's empty. Am I out? Okay. No update yet. Let's see what Washington is saying. Even Washington doesn't have a link yet. I watched on the interview earlier with the alleged escort who had pictures as an undefined escort yesterday, and he said Cassie was contacting him without Diddy to link up. Oh, I don't know if I believe this. He said that. Sure, I'm sure some of the stuff was consensual, but I don't know if I believe it all in that sense. I believe that she engaged in some consensual FOs, yeah, with another person. But I don't know. Like, this is like that hearsay, third, fourth party of information. We don't even, can we verify that? Probably not. Really, Miss Toby? What did they say? So she was using Combs after what he did to her. Smart. Everyone's trying to cash in out on her pain. Yeah, there's no updates. What is going on any of them? What's going on? They must be really getting into it. They're not on a sidebar. We just got back from lunch. No sidebar. Hey, so since we're waiting for an update, Karen Reed case, so the defense finally rested. They're like on day 24, which is, I don't know what week that is, but they have been on it for, I don't know, like 2 months already. A month and a half now. Lord have mercy. I'm scared to talk about that one. D. Rivera, thank you so much for this $2 super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, D. Rivera. Appreciate you for that. Thank you for the support. You say you think the defense needs to hurry up and get the next witness, hoping that they're going to be the witness that drops the bomb. We ain't got that tea that everybody was hoping for. But we can't stop watching, though. That's the thing. It's like we're waiting for something. Can we stop watching? No, probably not. That's not going to happen. We waiting, man. We waiting. Oh, my gosh. Let me shout out. Hold up. Oh, let me shout out. Sorry, I just got a PayPal, but I want to shout somebody out, and I hope I can. I want to make sure it's not okay. Ignite your soul power. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, get going with your channel. Start up. What people who are shout out to you. I mean, people got to do their channels when they're ready and everything. But I'm glad. Thank you for this. I appreciate you. People have always reached out to me and asked me like, hey, like, I want to get a YouTube channel going. Yo, YouTube is free. And I'm just going to tell you what people have told me when I first started. Just start. Just start. Find a niche or find something that you're passionate about. Talk about it and just start. That's what you got to do. You're not going to grow very fast. It doesn't work that way. You got to grow your audience. Everybody goes through that. People think that they're going to start a YouTube channel and all of a sudden they're going to have thousands and thousands of followers. It doesn't work that way. I promise you. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of hours. If you treat this as a job, it's a job. And I've treated this as an employment for me because it supports me and my family. So just start. If you ever think about doing a YouTube channel, just start. That's my advice to anybody. You said Brian Steele is going to bring up when Mia was wearing diapers as a baby at this point. Aw, Coochie, thank you. You just got to start. You got to start. Just do your channel. Thank you. Wait, did you re-propose to her or did you? She said no. She thinks I'm after her money. I proposed to my ex-wife. Now, James, I love you and everything, but damn. Oh, was it you? Yes. Do your thing. Just start. Just got to start. Okay. To me, this channel came as a blessing when I started. A long story, but you just got to start. Jennifer, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. Impress. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Where are we at? Is Brian? Yes. Wake up. Okay. Hold up. I wanted to shout out. Hold up. Who did I miss something? Oh, wait. We have an update. Give me 1 second. I'm slow. Okay. She says, I wanted to continue following my dreams. Do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Miss Ventura, do you know, or do you, if Mr. Combs' company put more money into promoting Miss Ventura than others of its artists? I didn't absorb everything, Mia says. Who is Jason Wiley? He worked for the record label in budgeting, right? Ooh, enter the chat. Jason Wiley. Who's Jason Wiley? Who's Jason Wiley? Jason Wiley. Let's see. We gotta Google some names. Jason Wiley. Is he a music? He worked for a record label. There's a couple of Jason Wileys. Okay. Oh, you never been married? Rabbit, she thinks I'm after my money she took off of me. I was like, why would you remarry your ex? I don't get that. But hey, man, love is crazy. So do your thing. Oh man. Where are we going with this? Who's Jason Wiley? And where are we going with this? The way I said the name, you're like, I have no idea who Jason Wiley is, but the way you're saying that makes me feel like I'm in trouble. Jason Wiley, report to the office right now. Hurry up. Oh my God. The court be on a slow boat. What is? It's like, I don't know if it's the court or if it's Steele or what. The goat is slowing down. What's going on with the goat? That's what I want to know. The court, like, I don't know if it's Steele that's like, he's just like, I'm just gonna, yeah. He's a product manager. Okay. He's in budgeting and accounting for a record label. Actually, there is a let me show you all what I did find. The only reason I'm showing this is because it's on a magazine. Ozone. Oh, I can't even get to it, but he's been featured in a magazine. with what's his name? Young Berg. Ozone Magazine. He was featured in June of 2008. Industry 101, Jason Wiley. So he's been featured before. Oh, no. He's the former VP of Bad Boy. This is him. The former VP of Bad Boy. That's who it is. I'm like, who is this guy? He is there. See, there it is. That's him. I knew somebody was going to post a picture of him. He is a former VP of Bad Boy. Hold up. We were trying to figure out who it was. Look at this. This is him. Co-founder, marketing branding firm, Bridge Agency, former VP of marketing at Bad Boy. Yep. So that's him. So I was like, who's that? We'd never heard this name before. Now we know. Yeah. Yep. Lord. This witness about as damaging as a what? Oh my God. Really? You did both divorce on a client and repeated their marriage once? I have friends who did it too. So did you help them with their divorce? Do you get paid twice? Be like, listen, I'll help you file the first time. Y'all get married again and I'll help you file the next time. We had such a great experience with you. We want to refile with you again. Jason, calm down. You're not that Jason. You're a different kind of Jason. Hold up, y'all. I got to get my water. Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah, so he's in budgeting. What did you say? You said, with client, I got paid twice. The friend remarried her husband and divorced him again. Oh my God. That's crazy. Law. I mean, as long as you're getting paid. Someone in the courtroom reported that one of the witnesses played at the fifth and plead the fifth and left the courtroom. He seems to be a reliable source. He pled the fifth and left the courtroom. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Sister, you said, and now I thought that they had the S&M stuff going on because who stops and put lip gloss if you're scared and getting beat? Did you see that video, Egyptian? That one, the happy birthday one, everybody's talking about it now that it's been put up. Everybody's talking about that video. And that was long after she left the company, I think, right? I don't know, y'all. I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, anything, I don't know. I'm not there, so I don't know. I'm just giving commentary. I still think that the government dropped the ball here. You want the next? We're waiting for the next witness. Let me tell you what's okay. CNN at least has an update. Okay, so Combs' former employee says her entire world was ripped away when company shut down. Okay. Defense attorney Brian Still returned to the messages Mia sent in December. We're back to the messages of 2016 after she learned Revolt's Combs' own business she was working for would be shutting down. In those text messages, Mia said that her life was over. My entire world was being ripped away from me immediately. And even if in hindsight, that world was awful, I didn't know it at the time. Steele asked if she wanted to continue working for Combs and his business at the time. I wanted to continue following my dreams. I was finally making real stuff, and I had a separation from him. We're back to the messages. Steele is not letting it listen. Steele is like, yeah, we're gonna keep this going. Okay. Oh no. All right. Do you recall being given opportunities to have your therapist notes be seen by the parties? Objection. Sidebars. Sidebar. 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 We're gonna have to come up with some of these like really interesting things while we're doing these sidebars, because this is too much. They got a sidebar right now. How many sidebars? Is anybody keeping track of how many sidebars we've had since we started this morning? I feel like we've had a good 10 of them. Isn't there like a sidebar limit? Like if you can't get your shit together, you got to call it a day until you guys can get your shift together. I don't know. Flower Bomb says Steele is dragging this out so badly. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You said, mi cazador de ardillas. And to anyone who doesn't think her wanting to stay in the business after she was finally someone independent from him after all these years of abuse is wild, says mi cazador de ardillas. Shout out to you. Oh my. Are y'all at like, oh, sidebar. We've all been sidebarred. Listen, nobody sidebars the rabbit. Let me just say that. I'd be like, objection to what? All these damn sidebars. Getting a sideburn. What is going on? Lord have mercy. I'd have been like, ask my therapist what's going on. Oh my God. Let me this is too much. No, she didn't. I'm just saying that. She did not say that. The 5. She didn't say that. I said that. I feel like we've had more like that was it last week? Was it Wednesday? There were so many sidebars. I said, I can't deal with this. What are they talking about? What's going on? Oh my God. I can't keep up. Like there needs to be intermission music or something. I don't know. Do I keep you cracking up? Okay. That's the point. That's the point. I just like, can we just, all right. Like So she wants the notes. They want the notes. Look at, there's art. Inner City Press has art for us. During the sidebar, here's the art courtesy of Inner City Press. Artist Elizabeth Williams. Okay. So this is where they're at with it. See, Mia, there's Mia right there. She's not covered up. She's right there. Everybody could see her. She don't have a cover or anything like that. Diddy's right there looking at it. Look at they go, hold up. Y'all can't see this. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Hold up. No. Go back. There it is. See, Diddy, can you tell which one is Diddy out of everybody? Well, damn, it's this one right here. I feel like I need a little, what's the word? A little mouse with a little clicker. Diddy's right there. Mia's right there. And Steele's right there. You could see who's seated everywhere. Y'all see that? Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Interesting. Yeah. He definitely got the gray now. Now, is a gray an exaggeration? Because people said that people are exaggerating. That Diddy is not that gray. That he's gray, but he's not that gray. So I said, well, okay, like, did they exaggerate? Did people exaggerate about how he looks? Okay, let me go down a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They can't get any hair dye in there, so they have to do what they have to do. Yeah. You say he's just wanted to make it seem like they have something on her, which they absolutely do not. I don't know. The board is conveniently in front of Mia in the drawing. Well, she's looking down. We'll say that. She's looking down, but I mean, let me see. Like this thing, like they got this, but you could still see her face. I talked to somebody who was in the courtroom and they told me that you could see her face. Yeah, her identity is not sealed or anything like that, which that would mean that we're going to find out who, if hers is not, her name might be off the record, but if her identity is not covered up more, we're probably going to find out who everybody else is at the end of this. It's very likely. Oh. Yep. You said, Gene said that he is that gray that he should have just had to buzz it off. Bald Diddy. But I don't know. Yeah, it's y'all, these sidebars are killing me. Are we gonna stay late today? I don't know if I can, but we will try. You see, it's Diddy that wants her testifying to nothing. Well, I mean, I just don't understand why we keep going. I don't know. I don't feel like they have anything here. But that's just me. You said it's Diddy that wants her testifying, doesn't want her testifying. Where are we at? We're waiting, y'all. Okay, here we go. And they're back. Put your stuff away. Let's go. Okay? You said they need to move on now? All right. You never called law enforcement, right? I did not. You said when you were stopped while speeding in LA, Mr. Combs got you out of, you remember? I do. Do you ever think of calling anonymously? No. So they're trying to make the point that she's had some, law enforcement encounters and opportunities for her to call and report the SA, but she never did. Okay. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Yep. Yeah, they were trying to make senior citizen Diddy. That's what they wanted to do. I agree with you on this one, Adi. Like, if you put bald Diddy, you want him to have a little bit of like gray hair, to appear like, oh, this man right here, he would never, he would never do something like that. He would never in a million years type of situation. That I do agree with. Appearance is everything. That's why they got him dressed up with Mr. Rogers sweaters. Those little sweaters with the little button-down shirts. They got him dressing like Mr. Rogers in the courtroom. Yeah. Yep. He's got the little sweaters and everything going on. Just G-Matt's like just like Harvey with the walker. That's right. Next day he's gonna be walking with the walker too. It's all strategy about how he looks. This man would never, and he's walking around with the Bible. Because that's what he does. He prays to the Bible, even though he told her, you better when he had her in the what'd he say? You better hurry up and count that, and you're gonna learn how to walk on water, like into the chat. Jesus, he told her. He said, "B, you're gonna walk on water like Jesus. Learn how to walk." And they were in the middle of the ocean. Yeah. He said, "Does he have Mr. Rogers Kents too?" Did Mr. Rogers wear Kents? Oh my God, that's funny. See, he would never. Oh my God. All right, let's keep going. So did you think of ever calling anonymously? She said no. When you say Mr. Combs hurt your arm, did you seek medical help? No. I would not have been allowed. Did you take photos? No. Did you scream? I wasn't shocked. No, I wasn't shocked. So there's no evidence basically outlining that there's nothing that would support her claims. Somebody said in the chat, unreliable witness on Twitter. Well, I don't know. Isn't that what they said about Cassie? What before then the CNN video came out and everybody changed their tune a lot about Cassie after that. And even now, people still don't believe Cassie's story. Even now, I believe a lot of what she's saying. I do. Former assistant says Ventura wasn't thrilled when she learned Combs was dating other women. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked me a series of questions about what she knew about Ventura's jealousy on other women that Combs dated. Well, what about him? He was jealous too. Mia said that she didn't recall Ventura having specific jealousy of Kim Porter, who Combs shared 3 children with. However, Mia said, I'm sure she wasn't thrilled when Ventura learned that Combs was dating other women behind her back. He presented to her that they were exclusive. Ooh-wee. Sometimes I wish that we would have, if we would have, what's the word? Rabbit, Suge Knight wants to send you a walkie-talkie. Are you trying to be funny? Are you trying to be funny? Because it's working. Suge Knight wants to send me a walkie-talkie. Lord have mercy. See, you made me lose my train of thought. Oh, that's not good. What was I was about to say something and it was interesting. I forgot. Oh yeah. This is what I was about to say. I was about to say, I wonder if Kim Porter were still alive, how all of this would have gone down. Would she have cooperated? Would she have also been an unindicted co-conspirator? Because one thing I learned, and I feel like maybe when David James was on the stand, and even George Kaplan, that that she might have also still been engaged in a couple things here and there with Diddy. Doesn't sound like she was completely done with Diddy as well. She might have also struggled staying away from all that. So I do wonder about that. Like, I wonder what she would have said about all of this. I just have a lot of questions about that. Kim Porter would have definitely been subpoenaed, right? I think so too. I think so too. Do a poll on this one. Who would Kim be for the defense or the prosecution? If Kim were alive, who would she be for? You mean like, well, let's ask. That poll was interesting. If Kim was still alive, would she have supported the defense or the prosecution? Now remember, she has kids with this guy. So I think that that's something to keep in mind, right? Like that's a hard position to be in because that's the father of your children. Go vote and hit the like button, please, and thank you. Can we get to 500 likes, please? Thank you. I'd appreciate it. All right. Where are we at? We have no update. No update. Oh, wow. Okay. So we have an update from Washington Post. Okay. That's a tough question, right, Mags? Think about it and then answer. Hit the like, please, and thank you. Make sure you guys are supporting the channel, all right? Brian Steele has again asked whether Mia would be willing to forego patient confidentiality and provide records from her therapy sessions with the defense. It is not clear whether he's serious about this proposal or if it's a tactic to raise doubt on the jurors of the minds. Could be both. Steele warned by the judge to be careful with the questions, and this specific one previously objected and was objected and to sustain. This is so I have to get the transcripts on this, but we'll get them later hopefully. But this is an interesting question part, okay? Like, okay. You can't, all right. If I had a question about this, and if I can channel, and not that I can, but like Steele, for example, if I was in his shoes and I'm trying to defend Diddy, one of the things that I would want to know is that did she talk to her therapist about the R-ing, or did she just like say this in June 2024 to the prosecution, but never actually went to therapy to talk about this R-ing? So this is kind of where he's going at. He's trying to figure out what the credibility is. And so then if she says, no, I don't want you reading my records for my therapy, then I guess people are going to have to wonder that, right? You're going to have to wonder if she's telling the truth or not. But if she went to therapy and she disclosed this there and then worked her way to telling the prosecutors, then this would be a whole different story. I don't know. Okay, we have an update. Okay, so when you say Mr. Combs hurt your arm, okay, so he asked about the arm. Before the 5 days, you say you were awake. Did you ever stay awake that long? Absolutely not. You testified you would give up all the money if there had not been any essayed. Any discussions that you will make money by testifying? No. Oh, shit. Okay. Girl. Okay. No, that's not even a thing, Mia says. Your Honor, can I set up those other matters? Judge says yes. We'll break for that. Jury leaves, witness leaves. Oh, how did we go? What is going on? How did we go to a break? How did we go to a break? How do we go to a break? I feel like we just, is everybody okay? We have 1 hour. Are we going to get done? I object to the breaks. Hell no, because then people are going to come back and say, Rabbit, you're being charged with the RICO too. No, it was just lunch, GMAT. What is going on? I feel like I get myself going and then they like, ooh, pump your brakes, stop, it's a break. What's going on? Oh my God. We just had a sidebar. We went on a tangent. What are we doing here? Maybe Diddy had to poop. We cannot deal, guys. We can't deal. The judge was the one who said we'll break for that. You tired? Yo, what is going on? This is like, I know, right? Like, what's going on? The court is out of order. The court needs to what's going on, Judge? Are you okay? Did you have a long weekend? What happened? What had happened? We have like a couple weeks more of this. Now, let me see what the, look at this. Look at this poll. Look at this poll. Okay. It's like more like football on radio than baseball. Oh my God. All right. If Kim Porter was still alive, would she have supported the defense or the prosecution? 48% said the defense. 51% said the prosecution. What is going on, Diddy Docket? What are they doing? That's the question. They need another break. The poll is somewhat split, I would say. If we can get maybe another 100. Well, we need more votes on the poll. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Support the channel. Thank you. Where are we at? What's going on? No longer on a boat, more like a thingy. Okay, look at this. Look at this. This poll is interesting. I mean, it's not too far off, I would say. I just want to know what had happened. Oh, Jesus, I better be careful. Twitter does too much. Let's see. We waiting. Okay, CNN's got some updates. Jury's on a short break. Attorneys are still in the courtroom discussing some issues regarding Mia's cross-examination. Mia says she didn't scream during the abuse because she was in shock. Defense attorney Brian revisited Mia's testimony about the time Combs slammed a door on her arm. Oh, I heard about that one, and we read about it too on the transcripts, okay? Mia said that her arm was bruised, but she didn't seek any medical treatment. I wouldn't have been allowed. Mia said she didn't scream during the incident, even though it was painful. I was in shock. Okay. Mia says she never considered reporting Combs' abuse, even anonymously. Okay. And she said no when Steele asked her if she ever considered reporting the alleged abuse through women's shelter, doing so anonymously or asking a third party to report it for her. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, they're arguing. I don't know, y'all. Let me send a message, y'all. Let's see. What is today's date? Is it June 2nd? I just have to... June 2nd. While we wait, I got to send some stuff. Okay. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I hope everything, it's like too much going on. At this point, I'm thinking even the defense lawyer thinks he hasn't impeached her credibility enough. If he thought he did, he would have wrapped this up a while ago, but looks like he thinks he needs to keep trying because he hasn't succeeded, though. Where is her credibility? What are we doing? You said you seriously object. The court is out of the court. The courts are fighting demons, says Robert. Lord, the court needs an exorcism. What's going on? The court needs prayer. I don't know. They need something in there. What part of Diddy was thoroughly connected are they not getting? He had law enforcement judges, snitches, brown nosers on his payroll. The question is, if that's the case, why aren't those all being mentioned? Right, Tony? They just broke for lunch. We had a lunch and then we had a sidebar. I was going to say a salad bar. We had lunch and then we had a salad bar. Well, what happened here? What's going on? That's the problem. What's the deal? Okay. Where are we at? What's going on? Somebody said in the comments, she's not the biggest fish in the pond for the DA, but Steele is going extra mile to discredit her. It's still not enough. She's just one of the many Diddy took advantage of. The longer she sits there on the stand, the jury will start to become less interested. Move on, Steele. I think that's the point, though. I think the point is to completely discredit her. Like, I mean, either you believe everything that she says or you don't. That's kind of where it's at. Like, that's kind of it. I think that's the whole point, is to discredit her to the point where people don't even ask questions anymore. They just don't. I don't know. Where's Gina? That's the question. Are they going to cut Gina off? What happened to Gina? We got video. We know what he's capable of, whether he's gray or not. Yeah. Don't let the gray hair doesn't stop people from doing stupid shit. How do you know that? People are going off of rumor, not fact. How do we know what? I got time today. Well, I just don't understand. Like, they're arguing a lot. That to me, that's what it seems like, that the time is being wasted. We're not getting anywhere. What is going on? They can't agree with anything? Oh, here we go. This is what Washington Post wrote. We are on a 10-minute break. Defense attorney Brian Steele said this morning that he expected to be done cross-examining Mia by lunch, but prefaced that timeline with "I am terrible. It is now an hour past lunch. Other witnesses are waiting to testify." Judge said court will probably run late today to accommodate a witness with a flight back to Los Angeles tonight. Oh, my God. My God. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I think I'm going to get some gray hair just waiting out here for them to get done. They're literally, you said Steele is too much. I think Steele has made his point. Like, why? What do we, Steele, you got this. Okay. Can we just, if you don't land the plane, we're going to land it for you. Okay. If you don't just land the plane, we're going to land it for you. You know? That's it. When they say that he has police, judges, can't make statements like that. No, and that's what I said. Well, why aren't they also facing the same, what's the word? The same charges, is because we don't have anything on them. So if that is the case, we don't know. I think his point was made on Friday. I don't know why we're still here. Mike Jeffries was found incompetent. He's going to be locked away in a facility so they can evaluate him to figure out if he can take the stand. See, people don't talk about Mike Jeffries. He's another slime ball. I don't know. I'm turning gray minute by minute. That's how I feel. I'm like, y'all, I'm getting my gray hair is coming in through my highlights while we wait for this. And it's not like a 10-minute sidebar, y'all. Like, this is taking long. Thank you, Brian Steele. You made your point, but you still be taking too damn long now. You know? It's too long. You said Steele is moving fast. Well, Steele, I mean, he did his thing. I just don't know what else is up. You said Steele is moving at covered wagon pace with his witness. I feel like I'm on the Oregon Trail. Are we there yet? We're on. We should, you know what? I have that game. We should play Oregon Trail while we wait. Oh my God, that I should totally just play Oregon Trail. Don't they have it online? Oregon Trail online. Doo-doo-doo. Look at this. Play the game. Now, do we want to play the old school version or do we want to play the new version? Do y'all remember those screens? This one's right here while we wait. Hello, I'm Matt. So you're going to Oregon. I can fix you up with what you need. Plenty of food for the trip, ammunition for your rifles, spare parts for your wagons. Space bar to continue. Look at the print on that. You can't make this up. This is like old school. Old school. Yes. Thank you. Oh, hold up. Now, while we wait, let me see this. Hold up. I got to shout out. We're still waiting. Mariam, thank you so much. Guys, we have over 500 people in chat. Let's support her. She puts a lot of time. Get the transcripts. You're doing great, girl. Aw. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. This just makes my day right here. Thank you. Let me put a little heart there and everything. Thank you. Angela, thank you for being a member. How come it's not letting me put a little thumbs up? Thank you for being a member for 60 months. Thank you. And thank you, Mariam, so much for this. I appreciate it. Truly do. It does help out. Thank you, guys. Yeah, the covered wagon. I'm telling you, I'm going to start playing Oregon Trail while we waiting. Okay? And I only thought of that because Belen put that up there. And I think we could play the old school one while we wait. Look at this. See? Space bar to continue. You know what? Look at this. You can't get any more animations. Nobody makes animations like this anymore. Not my ox died. Not my ox died. Hold up. Do we have an update? Nope. CNN? Nope. Washington? Nope. Y'all are killing me. The old, look at this. And then you reach independence on March 1st, 1848. The problem with my Oregon Trail, this is what always happened to me, is I would always drown. Y'all remember when you would underestimate that little thing? Okay, an ox would always die. Something would always happen. Somebody had, I didn't even know what typhoid was until I played Oregon Trail. What was typhoid? No, Susie died of typhoid. Typhoid. What is that? What is that? What's that called? Oh my God. That the old school version was the best. Thank you. My age is showing. You should know my age by now. They do have Oregon Trail 2025, and I'm sure it's a lot more dramatic, and the graphics are a lot better, but nothing like the graphics back then. Yeah, this fever. I didn't even know what it was until I died of it and a couple times in Oregon Trail. Because the way I see it, I was like, and I always did the hurry up and rush and get to the location because that's what I wanted to do. Somebody always died. I broke an axle in the wagon, and then you go there and you buy. Something happened. Marianne was bit by a snake, and then you got to bury the whole family. I just never made it. This one too. There's this one too. Listen, we're waiting on the defense. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you can see the old school one, Chico. The first day my kids would die. I'm telling you. While we wait for the courtroom, I'm gonna start pulling up Oregon Trail. And you guys don't have to tell me, okay, are we done? Where are we going? And then we can make the decisions all together about who goes, where are we going, what are we packing? We can all do it together. That's what we should do. Anyways, kids these days will never appreciate Oregon Trail. Not the way we do. Not at all. Oh, see, Carmen Sandiego was another good one. Carmen Sandiego was another good game. I remember that one. Pac-Man was the best. Oh my God. You said it was one of the many diseases that we eradicated vaccines with. That's not good. Oh my God. None of us made it, but see, I never made it through the Oregon Trail because I always like tried to speed up. You know how you could like speed up the process to get there? So I never made it. Is it May? May, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, May. Thank you for supporting the channel. You played Oregon Trail the other day? But I think it'd be fun. While we wait, we pull up Oregon Trail, and then while we wait for the defense or the government to get their shit together, start playing that. Okay, we're back. Okay. And we're back. And we're back. You played the other day. All right. Get it together. We'll find something. We'll figure it out. Steele says, nothing further? Nothing further. So I guess cross is done. Judge says members of the jury do not consider any of the testimony about the witness communication with their therapist. Miss Miser, government speaks. Miss Miser, Mia was posting to social media part of your job. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. So the judge and Steele might have gone back and forth and talked about like the communication with the therapist. What the judge was already saying, I'm not for that. It's they're objecting. And nothing further. They're done. They're done with her. Okay. They got a good, was it 3 hours, 2.5 hours on Friday, and 4 hours. How long have we been live? 5 hours on her. So a good 6 or 7 hours of questioning her. Okay. And now the judge tells the jury, like, don't consider the therapist stuff communication. Okay. Now the government has to clean this up. Mia was posting to social media part of your job. Yes, here we go. As part of that, did you post on your personal Instagram account? Yes. What did Mr. Combs do if he thought you were not doing your job? I'd be yelled at and humiliated, Mia says. Did other employees also post for Mr. Combs' birthday? Yes. Okay. What did Mr. Combs do if he thought you were not doing your job? I'd be yelled at and humiliated. Did other employees also post for Mr. Combs' birthday? Yes. As part of what you did, as part of that, did you post on your personal Instagram account? Yes. I'm so tired. Can we move on? Figure out the other situation. It's crazy, y'all. I don't think there's any repairing this. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think that they're going to do a good job. I'm not impressed by the government here at all. They should have done better. That's my thought on that. Let's see. Court in session. You have zero patience. For Oregon Trail. Yeah, still talking about Oregon Trail. You know, we killed our families on our computer families on Oregon Trail. The Sims was another game before they came up with all the crazy expansion packs. Okay. Did other employees also post for Mr. Combs' birthday? Yes. The birthday video, was it for Club Diddy? Yes. Did Mr. Combs co-own the water you were drinking? And did you say Revolt, the project you worked on at the end? Yes. You posted about the good, not bad times. Yes. And I quote, the highs were highs and the lows were lows. I'm like, that was repeated way too much. I don't even want to think about that anymore. The highs were highs and the lows were lows. That's what she said. Okay. This is what I want to know, Gina. Some of them do. You're right. Some of them do. I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Hell, I didn't even. Rarely did I had some friends from work friends on my personal social media, but it would have to be somebody that I felt like was a bit of an equal to me and not somebody that I was supervising. Does that make sense? Like I wouldn't have people that I supervise like as friends on social media. Because I would see, when you're like in a managerial admin level, you kind of have to be careful because you never know. So I was very careful. Let's see. All right, we're waiting. You think they need to get her off the stand? I think that it's time. Like I don't know how else. I just don't think that the redirect is going to be helpful here. If you know what I mean. They need to show using personal accounts was part of the job. Yeah, like was it in the job description? Where can I post regarding my job company or anything else or anything offensive for that matter? Yes, Paige. Where'd you go, Paige? How come you got to go off? I'm just joking. Paige is like, listen, I had to step out, but I'm back. Yeah. Hey, Wayne, I'm with you. Wayne, I'm with you. We're ready for the next person. Paige is like, nap time for mommy. Oh my God. I'm jealous. Oh my God. I don't think that this is going to be good. Okay, hold up. So Combs' defense is done cross-examining Mia. Brian Steele has finished his cross-examination of the former assistant for Sean Combs. Prosecutor Madison Smizer is now questioning Mia on redirect examination. I'm telling you, I just don't think it's going to do anything at this point. You guys messed up initially. That's my thought on that. I stand on that. I just felt it. I felt it when I read the transcripts. I said, yo, this is not going to go good. Mm-mm. They're trying to however you reestablish it, though. You don't think it's going to take too long? Do you think they can that she can recover from it? Honestly, this has been quite the day. Okay, so CNN, Inner City doesn't have an update, but CNN says ex-assistant says she would be screamed at if Combs believed she wasn't doing her job. Okay, so Mia confirmed that promoting the events and projects in those posts were part of her job. Okay, and Smizer asked Mia what Sean Diddy Combs did when he thought she wasn't doing her job. I would be screamed at, humiliated, made fun of, and my job would be threatened. Mia confirms that posting for Mr. Combs' birthday was also part of her job, and if she didn't do it, she would have been in trouble. Okay, that's what she says. Now, here's my question: who's gonna do the what is it? Because I think the defense still has to respond to whatever she says. So, and Brian Steele might be up again on this one because that's what they do. But yeah. Did y'all hit the like button? Where are we at on the likes? Baby Bunny messed up my. Oh, this is like my favorite. Liquefied. I don't even know if they make it anymore. Liquefied metallic lipstick. It's my favorite. And it's called Melted Metallic Bunny. No joke, that's what it's called. Melted Metallic Bunny. I don't think they make it anymore. It's one of my favorite. I like the pink color. I wish they made it. I don't know if they still make it. We're waiting on an update. Nothing. Okay. No update yet. Cool. Let's see. I'm watching. She worked for him until 2017. The posts were made before then. Before 2017? Well, during, right? Alexis, and then after, well, during when she was working, and then she was communicating and reaching out. I mean, is she able to kind of explain that too? I think that's the biggest one too. It's like if she reached out to him days before, that stands out to me. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm being very honest. You guys know if something don't sit right, I'm gonna tell you wrong, right, or indifferent, whether you like it or not, and I expect you guys to do the same. Okay. It doesn't sit well with me that she still had contact with him a couple days after Cassie dropped the lawsuit. It just doesn't sit well with me. That does bother me a bit. And there's a lot of questions that I would have about that. You said the defense is nailing it. Distracting character assassination only goes so far. Just because someone with the F shit don't mean the F shit ain't a crime. Distraction, it's not enough. Okay. You getting feisty? Okay. I mean, it is what it is, Rabbit. We should all have questions about her testimony. I think it's all of them. We should all be. I mean, it's not even whether you like Diddy or not. It's about was a crime committed. That's kind of where we're at. Okay. Why did you want to make a person who abused you happy? When he was happy, I was safe. Were you worried about your physical safety? Yes. I'd been abused by Puff before. I knew his wrath. Did you engage a pro bono lawyer? Yes. Why did they become pro bono? Because they knew who you were suing. There you go. There you go. I still believe and I still stand on personally, I still believe that Diddy was a shitty person to work with. I believe that there's something to be said about forced labor there because she's not the only one, at least not from the person on the stand. And then what did it for me, even if we didn't have their testimonies, let me tell you what does it for me on this forced labor. Okay. Set aside all this other stuff. What does it for me on the forced labor is the simple fact that you had the HR people, Tony Fletcher, the other person, Christina Coram, all these people knew what the F was going on and they weren't intervening and they weren't doing anything. Knowing, being at heads and executive positions in human resources, knowing that what he was doing was he was breaking the law by not allowing them to sleep, not having breaks. And it doesn't matter if your resume says, I'm a go-getter and I have thick skin and I go hard. No, that's fucking fluff words. You know, those are just adjectives in a piece of paper at the end of the day. Nobody would expect you to stay up all night to appease an employer. Nobody. So I do believe that there's something to be said about Rico under the forced labor situation here. Yeah. But everything else, I just don't know. Okay. Spicer says, why did you meet with the government so much? So my story could be understood. Why were you terrified? Of Puff and the repercussions. Did the government tell you what to say? No, only to tell the truth. Okay. Nope, only to tell the truth. That's what she said. No update. Yeah. Definitely. I agree with you on here. Church on Chrome says she was a bad witness. No, the gullible mindset is what I draw into question. She was ambitious, and Puff used that to his advantage. I would say probably a lot that he hired, or at least had around, were like ambitious people that wanted something, right? Like, you're going come on now, like, and that's the reality of it. And it doesn't mean that she deserved anything that she got that was negative, but she was an ambitious woman. And you could say the same about Christina Quorum. You could say the same about all the people that are involved there. You could even say the same about the security. They're ambitious. They wanted, they're not intervening when they needed to. So yeah, I agree with that. Did the government tell you what to say? No, only to tell the truth. Smizer says, how did you feel about public speaking? Terrified. Can you explain that? Given that you've been in comedy? I had Puff's permission for that. Any comparison to testifying about Mr. Combs essaying you here? None. Any comparisons to testify? Comparisons? Any comparisons to testify about Mr. Combs essaying you here? I don't know if that's the word he meant to use, but okay. Maybe I'm not understanding what he means by comparisons. I know, I'm like, huh? To what? Maybe compensation. That's maybe like money or something, but I don't know about comparisons. Yeah, I think a lot of people have some hesitation about her. And I think it's okay to say that. Like, it's okay. You could still believe that she was victimized. It doesn't take away from that. But it's okay. Like, give yourself permission to have questions about the things that are being said. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think it's wrong for us to just act like, oh, yeah, she fits on this bubble. I don't think that this is not a black and white situation at the end of the day. This is a very unique situation, I think, in terms of like trafficking, a RICO case. Okay. I know they probably meant compensation, but it says comparison. Okay. Why are you here today? If not, I couldn't look at my goddaughters in the eye. Ever advise them what to do in this situation? Okay. Mr. Steele, any recross? Mr. Steele, no, sir. Mia says, you may go unless you want to stay. Mia smiles and leaves. Mia's done. Oh, she's done. She's done. She can go. She's not being recrossed. No, she's done. Mia's done. Can we move on already? Like, I am exhausted by Mia's done. Mia's done. You said bye, thank you, have a good day. She should have been done a long time ago. I don't know why we kept going back. She said to her goddaughters. I don't know. You said, girl, bye. I don't know, man. Oh my God. I mean, hopefully she does well. And, people, I just got to understand that's her story. That was her experience. That's all, And I know people are very quick to say, that's just how it is, man. It's just her story. She should have been off that stand a long time ago. I'll be honest with you. I don't think she should have been there for too long. And I think they should really call it a day, but they're going to call another witness here. And we expect almost 30 years old because she didn't know better or she was ambitious, right? But one minute we argue it because Cassie is young. That's right. And we excuse an almost 30-year-old because she didn't know better or she was ambitious. I think that two things could be correct at the same time. She could have accepted it, being that this is the environment, one thing I wonder though is how many people did, like, say whether it was Cassie or Mia or whoever was in the room, right? How many people did these people see Diddy treat that way, and they also sat there and didn't say or do anything? Because I feel like maybe there was this like modeling behavior that was happening in this environment where it was like, you better shut up or you do it this way. I don't know. That's just my thought on that. I don't know. Oh, you said, or she could be lying. I don't know, man. Could be. I don't know. I wasn't there. Mia's wrap-up testimony. Okay, she's done. Damn, man. She took a long time. I'll say that much. She took a long, long time. Yeah. You're totally great now? Right. Everybody was like heartbroken, right? Like, I think that this one had a bit of a shift. I would agree with you on that. This one had a shift. And then all of a sudden, Friday, Here Comes Steel. And it was like, bam. Whoa. What happened? You believe she lost the jury? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Next witness. The government calls Sylvia Oken. Where do you work? The Beverly Hills Hotel for 17 years. I'm the director of sales and marketing. How do your reservations work? A system called Oprah. We had somebody from was it El Motorage or El something? It's like a French name or something. And he came in and he talked about how they were entering their stuff in a system as well. Yeah. So now we have somebody here from this one hopefully goes by faster. Oh man. Opera? Not Oprah. Opera. Damn. No update. This is tough. I will say that. I bet she is, Tony. I bet Mia's like, I'm out of here, y'all. Bye. I'm out of here. I bet she's glad it's over. If I was, I couldn't do it. I don't know how they did it, honestly. If I had to testify in this trial, I'd probably change my identity. I'd probably be like, I'm gonna get a whole illegally go under the witness protection program. Honestly, I would. Why not? I would totally. I don't know if that was offered to them, but I'd have a whole different identity. I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't feel safe. You know. Yes. My membership link is in the description box. If you want to hit that description box, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you. I don't even think I put the. Oh my God, I really didn't. I should have done that earlier. Copy. I didn't even put the transcript fund up there, and it's almost over. Let me pin that. I really didn't. I forgot. It's the hotel person. How are they going to be a comedic thing? What are you going to say about that, Lindell? One thing I've learned is not to judge anyone's truth. I can't see them out of my eyes or their own experience. True, Gina. Very true. Your perception is your reality at the end of the day. Thank you, Roosterfish. Thank you. Oh, Chico just dropped the membership link for those that were interested in becoming members. My memberships are cheap, guys. It's 99 cents. Cheaper than Netflix. Okay, so Beverly Hills Hotel employee is prosecution's next witness. The area director of sales and marketing, okay? Oh, man, she's a custodial witness for the hotel records being admitted as evidence. They're going to talk about hotel records? Like, this is going to be like Diddy and Cassie go to this hotel on this day And how was the room? Oily. And what was on the carpet? Glade candles. Hotel cleaning. I think she might have been hotel cleaning, but it's this custodian of records. So she was the holder of records, not a custodian the sales director. So the way CNN presented her, she's custodial witness for hotel records being admitted into evidence. Let me put this in the chat. This is what she does. This is it. Custodial witness for hotel records being admitted as evidence. So I don't think she's a custodian. I think she's holding records. Is that what that sounds like? Let's see. No update. Oh, this is a good point. If the person on the stand was Young Miami, Carisha, would people believe she was a victim or an opportunist? Those are the things that make you go, Do we know she's a witness? Is Young Miami a victim? Katie, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. She can be both. Absolutely. Maybe she just doesn't, maybe she hasn't experienced that. I don't know. But if she was, would people see her as a victim? She can be both. I got time today. Thank you for becoming a member. So hotel case notes on how the rooms were left. I don't know. Sassy, we're waiting. Does make you wonder, y'all. I gotta hurry it up. I do have a cutoff time, guys. I gotta be done by 3 Eastern. So I got stuff to do. And then if I get the transcripts tonight, if I get them tonight at a decent time, then we'll go live on them. To figure out what exactly was said, Mia and all this stuff. Like, I want to know what they argued about in that, inside there. If they talk about baby oil one more time, oh my God. I know I have to, y'all. I have to. But I was like, I should. I got to find out. We got to play like a game together while we wait, while these attorneys deliberate or something, Maybe Minesweep. I don't even know how to play that game. But yes. But we don't have any updates. Come on. I'm waiting. No update. Well, Washington Post says Mia's cross-examination is over. Prosecutors are now doing the redirect, asking former assistant about her jobs. They asked her the question, is that why you didn't post about having a computer thrown at your head? Yes. Is that why you didn't post about Mr. Combs essaying you? Yes. Combs' attorney spent hours accusing Mia of lying to the court due to her shiny social media presence that didn't reflect her dark experience working for Mr. Combs' empire. I feel like Washington Post has already made up their mind about what they see here, which is kind of difficult. If you're trying, I don't know, is it every time I read something from the Washington Post, it's almost like an opinion in addition to reporting, which maybe that's what they meant to do. I'm not really sure, but then I read CNN and it's a little bit of just letting me know what they said. And I feel like Washington Post doesn't do that. Let me know. Am I the only one that's seen this? Maybe I'm seeing this and I'm not really understanding. Becky's Madness for Crafting. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting. Is it just me or what? Have y'all noticed? You kind of have to be careful. Because I just want to know the details of what happened. I mean, they might catch something that we don't know, but sometimes I feel like the Washington Post is giving me an opinion more than reporting to me. But yeah. No update. Let me ask you guys a question. Here's my question. Are you watching the transcript videos from this channel? I'm kind of curious how many people are here actually watching the transcript videos. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Ashley Banfield, you cannot stand. Yeah, I would say that, Lindell. I do agree with that. I feel like there is a bit of a contradiction. Now, I feel like CNN, I'm getting a little, and not that I'm a fan of CNN, please note that it's not even about that, but I do feel like I'm getting, and you guys read Washington Post, you're going to see like, they've kind of made up their minds about this. They're not giving you a, they're saying, well, this is what it is. And it looks like it's this. And I'm like, I just want to know the facts. That's all. That's all I want to know. I don't want to know anything else. No update yet. Let's see. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are watching. I just want to make sure that everybody's watching a good percentage. I'm waiting for there's people that said no. That's fine. Yes, you do get more context. So make sure you guys are supporting. I'd appreciate it. And whatever, I'm just continuously saving and figuring it out for us to be able to get them. Yeah, the WP updates are off. I don't know what it is. It's very opinionated. That's why I'm like, I just want to know like the facts of what's going on. I'm not there. So maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's a different perception. But I do feel like WP is giving me like their opinion, and I don't want that. I just want to know the facts of what's happening. That's it. Shout out to you, Chico. Thank you for helping me. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. I know it's a lot. If I can't listen, I'm having a hard time keeping up. I got to find a different strategy, but the transcripts do make a huge difference for sure. Nebby's been a member for freaking 22 months. Nebby, it's almost 2 years. Thank you, Nebby. Thank you for supporting my channel, Nebby. You've been a long-time supporter. Thank you, Nebby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hit the like button. Let's see. There's a lot of info in the transcripts. I agree. It's just hard because it's so hard to like follow, even like, because if you're following it daily, every day you're getting new information. Yes, they do have a lot of information. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, y'all. Do we have an update? Which is fine, because even if I have to end early, I still have the transcripts and I'm able to maybe know what happened. No, man. Okay, here we go. Does your Oprah link a customer aliases to the real name? Yes. And this one, who is it? Really? Who is it really? Sean Combs. Can a guest change his or her alias? Yes. This is when oh my God. All right, guys. I do have to head out because I'm getting already a call. Stay tuned. I'll see if I can go live tonight. If we get the transcripts, I will try to go live tonight and just highlight a couple things on Mia's testimony. I don't know if I'm going to do another Mia video, honestly, because it's like, I don't know. We'll just highlight some things because it'll be way too much. Yeah, the transcripts are like an audiobook, but y'all should try recording it. I spent a lot of time recording this weekend. I'm exhausted. So I will see you guys later. We'll catch up. We'll definitely read the ending on that transcript and see what happened. Hit the like button, guys. Thank you so much for supporting. You guys have a great, beautiful day, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. Be good. Bye, guys.